Call the meeting to order. I'm Pam Brown, Vice Chair of the School Board. I'll be sitting in for Pete tonight. Let's start the meeting with a pledge of the allegiance to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for coming to our meeting tonight. We're missing a couple of board members tonight. Pete Broderick, Chair, has an excused absence. And following our last meeting, we had a resignation of a valued member. Taryn Littell resigned from her position after our last meeting. And so Superintendent Ambrose will be discussing the process for replacing Taryn tonight during his report. There are no manifest documents. Oh, first we're going to cover the minutes. So can I get a motion to approve the minutes of 3:10?
Motion to approve. Second.
10:3. Are there any comments on the minutes of 10:3? Any changes? Move to approve.
So moved.
All in favor? And we have minutes for October 10th, 2018. Can I get a motion to approve those?
To approve. I have to rescind myself from that one.
A second.
Any changes or comments to those minutes? Corey, are you signaling to me? No, okay. So all in favor of the minutes? I just want to take a moment to thank Phyllis Kennedy, our office assistant, for drafting the minutes. We glance at them for a few minutes every month, but she spends many hours drafting these minutes. So really great job and well done. Thank you. I'd also like to, sorry.
You guys could turn the gain back on those a little bit. It's kind of hot.
And before we begin, Mr. Mason, would you like to tell us your location and if there are any individuals with you in your location? I can't hear him. No sound. We can't hear you, Corey. Hold on. We can see you.
I'm on public transit,
There he
heading
goes.
from Baltimore to Washington, D.C.
Can you be more specific? No? And I guess you're alone except for the public with you.
I'm taking a bus from Richmond, Virginia to Baltimore to Washington, D.C.
All right.
And there are people around me, yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. Moving on, there are no manifest documents tonight, but we have one resignation.
Yes, I am sad to say that our wonderful automotive woodworking teacher, Rand Paul, has accepted
Randy Duffy.
It's Rand Paul. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And Rand fixes my car. He's so nice and accommodating. He fixes everyone's cars, and he gets the kids excited about automotives. And I'm sad to see him go, but we are very happy to wish him well in his next career endeavor. He's going to be working at a college, so we have a plan.
So the document says Randy Duffy. Is that the correct name?
The name is Duffy.
Rand Duffy, right. Okay.
Okay.
Wanted to
Sorry,
be clear.
my notes here were different. It does say Rand Duffy on the document. Rand is awesome. We're going to miss him, and we're sad to see him go. And I just wanted to mention that we do have a long-term substitute planned until we can fill the position.
Great, thank you. And no nominations tonight.
No nominations.
Superintendent's report.
Move to approve the resignation.
Oh, move to approve the resignation.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
What's that? Superintendent's report this evening, I just have a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. We are going to have a lot of presentations tonight, so I thought that I would keep my remarks short and to the point. The Sanborn Seminary Task Force is very happy to announce that we have reached a tentative agreement between the town of Kingston and the Sanborn Regional School District regarding the seminary property. The tentative agreement states that the seminary property will be swapped for land at the fairgrounds in Kingston. As a result of these careful negotiations, no money will be involved in the exchange. Usage of the sports fields at both locations will continue to be maintained and managed by the school district, with Little League retaining first priority during their seasons. We certainly recognize that having our youngest children engaged and excited about athletics is very, very important. It's important for everyone to know that this agreement will not be finalized until the town of Kingston and the Sanborn Regional School Board have agreed upon legal language and inspections have been finished. There will also be a public hearing on this agreement at a future school board meeting. I also just want to make sure that everyone understands that there has to be a warrant article, and this has to be approved by the voters. So it was brought to my attention today that that was not clear for folks, so I just want to make sure everyone knows that there will be a warrant article this March regarding this issue. We've worked really hard to come to this agreement, and as you know, almost all of the administration on the team was not here when this process started, so we've had to work hard, and I wanted to thank Michelle and everyone on the team for working hard to figure out a possible solution to both the needs of the community and the needs of the district. There'll be a lot more information about this coming out in the future, but there are a lot of folks asking questions, so we felt like we had to give some preliminary information to get the process started. The second item on my information was just to talk a little bit about the process for filling Mrs. Lytle's position. We do very much appreciate Taryn's hard work and efforts as a school board member, and essentially what will occur at this time is anyone who's interested in the position on the school board would need to submit a letter of intent to the main office, central office, to Mrs. Kennedy, and those applications will close on November 1st, and then the two currently seated Kingston board members will interview and choose a person to be in that seat for the remainder of this year. That seat will then have to be, the person, if they want to stay in the seat, would then run for the position in March and be voted potentially in for the rest of the term. So it's really important to recognize that it is really only about 10 meetings that the seat would be for at this time, but then in March it would be filled for the rest of that term, not a 3-year term, which I believe that term is 1 more year after March. Thank you. The last piece that I wanted to talk about was I always try to give everyone an update on student safety, because we have had an ongoing process working to improve student safety. The first piece that I wanted to talk to you all about is that we will be having some training for teachers on November 9th during, there's no school November 9th, moms and dads. That's a professional development day, so please plan accordingly. And it's really important to note that we are going to have training for the elementary teachers with regard to some new safety protocols that we have been working very hard on. I just wanted to remind people that I try to share whatever details I can regarding student safety, but there is a component of sharing information that actually would inhibit student safety. So I've been working with administration, and you will soon receive a YouTube video that you'll be able to watch to catch you up to speed on what you need to know about student safety in the district. And I was going to be in that, but I asked Mr. Dawson to star in it instead because I'm a little camera shy. So Mr. Dawson will be our rock star on that one. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. And will be more information to come on that in the near future. And that concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
Ms. Mahoney?
I have a question regarding the process for selecting the replacement.
Sure.
The Kingston seat replacement. Yeah, we have in the past had a difference of opinion on whether the interview process and the deliberations and the vote are considered part of a public meeting, as part of a public meeting, needing to be publicly noticed, et cetera.
It has to be publicly noted.
I know Mr. Chair Broderick's not here tonight, and he's part, you know, he's the other half of the, he has a different opinion from the opinion that we had gotten from the lawyer who gave the training on what to know for the municipal association. So I'm wondering if it would make sense, we had spoken when I'd given a report on that, we had a little back and forth, and I think the decision was that if this scenario arose, we might want to get a legal opinion on what part of those deliberations, if any of them are not non-public, or if any of them are not, are covered by the right to know as being non-public, what that would be.
Sure.
What the extent of that would be.
So what I hear you requesting is for me to check with legal to find out if the interviews are public or non-public, and are the deliberations public or
And
non-public?
the vote.
The vote, yeah. I would, yeah, Pam, you're,
Well, when they,
There you go.
sorry.
when they, well, actually, I was in that situation, so.
Yeah.
What we ended up doing is that they were announced. There was a public meeting, there were people present. I think what happened with mine is that, as I said, the public was available. The questions were asked, I answered. The vote was done in secret because you could cause personal inconveniences at
Right,
that
which
point.
would fall under
And I
right to
think
know
what
law.
you would find is the vote would be under the right to know law, and it'd be a non-public. The actual interviews are public information. And I think that's what you'll find.
You know, my
But-
understanding with public meetings is that the votes are not, okay, well, I guess it depends on what's covered.
Right.
Yeah, because you're looking at the negotiations of a person coming into the board, which is actually it's a negotiation. They're trying to sell themselves to you, and you're trying to get the best that you can get. So in a way, that would be a negotiation. And I think that's where it fall under, or it fall underneath, I believe it's A, where you're talking about personnel and that type of stuff.
I would be happy to get legal guidance
I
on
think
this.
that
I
would
think it would
be
be
a
better than
wise-
for
Yeah.
us to.
That would,
And I
be
think
a
that would
I have
settle the
legal-
whole thing.
Go ahead, Corey.
I have legal guidance and representation on this information too, because we've gone through it before. Mr. Heath is correct in his statements. Public, Annie Collier can recall being in the room when we went through this before with Ms. Sheila Pierce. So everything Larry just said, I just want to provide validation, and I do have legal guidance from this, and I can forward it to you, Mr. Superintendent Ambrose.
Sure.
So can you get clarification on that?
I will.
Thank
Yep,
you.
no
Thank you.
problem.
Any other questions for the superintendent? Committee reports, policy. Our next meeting is on November 7th at 4:45.
Pam, could I just say one thing about that?
Oh, yes, please.
Somebody's gonna think that Mr. Dawson's put me up to this, but I just wanted to thank Mr. Dawson for working hard on 80-plus J policies. We have set up a system by which those J policies will come to the board in a sequential order. Mr. Dawson has taken all of the notes from the New Hampshire School Boards Association, embedded them, and reviewed them all and given feedback based on what has been actually happening. So the goal of policy is to not only say what we're going to do, but to be congruent with what we're actually doing, because it should be the basis by which many of our actions occur. Having said that, we also have successfully processed probably another 100 policies that are ready to go to the policy committee in groups. So you will see the A's and B's coming up in a large group to the board. And the process for that would be that I'm going to ask the policy committee to review the A's and B's, ask questions, process them, and then we'll send those to the board as a group to then ask because many of them are very straight ahead. The A's and B's aren't that complex. They're kind of like legal documents that basically drive the way the board works, and they're not, there's not as much gray area. The J's are gonna take some time to go through. And I did ask Mr. Phillips to hold on the last two groups so that we could process all of this. And even if we're doing the last two groups the last few months of school, it made more sense to do that than to be any further backlogged. But I will say that the process is going very, very well.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
EISA, Ms. Mahoney?
The Excellence in Student Achievement Committee has actually had 2 meetings since our last report. Our first meeting was on October 10th. At that meeting, Mr. Trammell shared a document he had received at a recent conference which details college and career-ready indicators in a clean, concise format. Many are similar to our student success indicators, but he suggested the addition of a GPA threshold of 2.8 out of 4.0, as this is considered an even better predictor of college success than SAT or ACT scores. He also noted that earning a C or better in Algebra 2 has been found to be an indicator of college success. This document also quantified career-ready indicators, which included 90% attendance and a workplace learning experience. Mr. Trammell noted that internships or ELOs are meaningful indicators at a level of 30 hours, but not at lower participation levels. Mr. Ambrose noted that budget planning should be informed by data, and the administration has begun gathering the data to measure student success against the student success indicators in 11th and 12th grade, and to plan for 9th and 10th grade students to work toward achieving them prior to graduation. They will also gather data for the previous 2 graduating classes for benchmarking the new success indicators. PACE data can be used to validate the rigor of the curriculum in the lower grades, should the results closely match the standardized Smarter Balanced scores. Mr. Ambrose outlined a performance target, which is 80 to 85% at or above grade level, no more than 10% just below, and no more than 10% significantly below. He believes that more regular education paraprofessionals are needed in order to achieve this. And I should note that we're not talking special education paraprofessionals, these are regular ed. Currently, there are 2 in each elementary school, plus the middle school, 1 reading and 1 math, funded almost entirely through Title I. Half of 0.5 of the middle school paraprofessional is funded from the district budget. The high school has no regular education paras, although there is a peer tutoring program through the National Honor Society and Key Club. And our meeting tonight, I don't have that summarized in quite as clever form, but we, as I said at our meeting on October 10th, we talked about the administration beginning to benchmark the student success indicators. So they did present to us some information that they have gathered from the class of 2018, and from that sort of benchmark, they can start to make a plan on helping the 11th and 12th graders really hone in on what they might need to do in order to, or where they are really as far as measured against the student success indicators, and hone in on what they need to do and help the 9th and 10th graders really make a plan on how they want to meet those. But I will mention a couple, there's quite a list that they gave us. Just kind of summarize a couple of them. The biggest one was that 72.26% of the class of 2018 met the indicators that we set in our student success. We are probably going to be looking at shooting at a goal of 90%, but 72.26% is actually pretty good considering that that wasn't even really a goal for them at the time, just sort of happened. 84.67% of the class of 2018 attended either a 2 or a 4-year school, a trade school, or an apprentice, were accepted to, a 2-year or a 4-year school into a trade school or an apprenticeship, 84.67%. And I think that's sort of the meat of what we talked about at our meeting tonight. Our next meeting is November 28th. Thank you.
Ms. Mahoney, should you describe what the EISA's purpose is, being at the new board and we have quite the stacked house this evening?
We're going to do that under number 6.1.
Coincidentally, to your question, we are later, at a later point in our meeting, we are going to be reviewing the policy that lists all the subcommittees' missions. So I think we will actually discuss that later on.
Thank you.
And I'm also on the ISA committee, and I was very pleased by the report we got tonight. despite the SAT scores being disappointment, the fact that we offer other indicators for students to shoot for, and the fact that 72% meet those indicators is just fabulous. So really pleased to see that. So now we have any questions for Tammy? Facilities, Mr. Baker?
The facilities meeting was last month, and I gave the report at the two prior board meetings ago. The next facility meeting is November 7th at 4 p.m.
Thank you. And finance?
Finance met on October 17th, and the school board members present were Tammy Mahoney and myself, Jim Baker. The business administrator, Michelle Croteau, was also present, and the business administrator reviewed the following items with us: the purpose of the reserve funds currently serving the district, how the funds were established, how they're funded, and how costs are approved for disbursement. The current balance of those funds will be provided in a future meeting. We've reviewed the September 2018 expenditure reports for the general operating budget, along with the health and dental, which are part of the general budget but reported separately. The amounts reviewed covered the period from July 1st through September 30th, 2018. The total was $2,470,746.12. Of that, $544,922.81 was for health and dental. Ms. Croteau also provided a review of the account codes and the structure used in tracking school expenses and balances through the fiscal year. And we reviewed the account used to hold 503B funds. This is an employee savings fund. We adopted a change to the language in the appendix, adding an additional state-approved vendor, and we'll be discussing that later tonight. We also reviewed and approved balance transfers from the general fund balance to specific accounts, and also transfers among several accounts. The total of the funds reviewed was $954,169.44. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for November 14th at 4:30 p.m.
Any questions? Could you forward your notes to Ms. Kennedy for us?
Yep.
Thank you. Public Relations and Personnel had been chaired by Ms. Lytell, who is no longer on our board, and she did a great job with those positions. I don't know if we have any reports tonight
I
for.
can report on
public-
public relations.
All right. Are you the new chair of Public
I will,
Relations?
yes, I've been appointed to the Public Relations Committee, and I volunteered to chair
Okay.
the committee. I don't have a report beyond that. We haven't
Do you have a meeting
rearranged.
planned yet?
We don't have a meeting planned yet. but
Okay.
We will get one.
That's fine. And Personnel, any report for that committee?
Personnel was chaired by Ms. Lytell.
Okay.
We did meet several weeks ago and finalized the superintendent evaluation, which has been sent out, and I believe the results are in. So we'll be looking forward to the summary of that.
Okay, thanks. And Taryn did a lot of work on that survey,
Yeah.
too. So,
Yeah, very much.
SST,
I can report on that. The SST had a meeting this last Monday night. I was very happy to hear that the SST is seriously considering adding at some point in the future. I certainly hoped sooner than later, but it does take time to add programs. They are considering electrical and plumbing, and I was very supportive of that. I begged for HVAC, but they don't have the space for that. But we certainly will be having a conversation about that as well. The SST is in the process of creating their budget for next year, and it's always hard to say exactly how the amounts are going to play out. So once the tuition and everything is fully finalized, I'll let you all know. But at this point, it's roughly $2,100 per student. The other piece about SST that was important to note is that they did let us know that they requested that if they offered electrical or plumbing, could we give them a sense of whether or not we could fund some more seats, because they need to have the funding to run the programs. It's kind of like a little bump to get it started, because folks forget that SST runs based on the districts that send to them. So they we essentially pay, in some forms, we pay a fee for their services. So we have a number of seats, and they did express to me that they felt that they could have placed even more students if we had some more seats available. So I asked Mr. Stack to look at that, because the data, you know, it's hard when they're interfacing with our guidance office. So as part of the budgeting process, you may see some more seats come forward for SST, and certainly having toured that facility, I cannot impress upon the public or the board enough how amazing that facility is. It's truly incredible. And if you ever could want a tour, Margaret Callahan would love to show you around. She's awesome. So I highly recommend anyone who wants to take a tour of it to do so. The automotive program really gives you a sense of the level of technology and computers that are involved in working on cars these days. Also the medical field. They have a medical training facility that is completely up to date. It's absolutely stunning, and it just gives you a sense of how important writing, math, and computer skills are to any field at this point, right? Just affirms my feelings that those skills are critical for our students to be successful in the future.
So I hope we can have students enter the electrical and plumbing
Yeah,
programs,
nice.
because those are very lucrative careers, and electrical is dangerous, so it requires quite a bit of training, and there are shortages coming up, so definitely need those skills. Seminary discussion, we had the announcement of the
That was pretty much
tentative
it.
proposal from the seminary task force. I was a part of that task force from the beginning, and we had other people participate over time, a great group of people, and they worked really hard to find common ground between the different stakeholders. So we hope that the hearing we have is coming up soon, and we can get lots of good comments about the conclusion of the negotiations. But budget, I think Larry has a report for us tonight.
Yes. The Budget Committee met on October 11th. We had a very interesting meeting, covered a lot of material. One of the things I had requested from the Budget Committee was their comments on what they would like to see in the new teachers' contracts. And we covered that. They gave me quite a list, which, as everybody knows, when you're doing negotiations, you don't talk about. So, as far as I'm going to go with negotiations, yes, we are getting ready to negotiate, and that's it. Sorry. We also talked about other things too, but it was mostly getting ourselves set up and ready to go for the budget. And I think should be a good budget year. Everybody was willing to work and talk to each other. So I think it's really going to be a good year.
Hey, may I add that I attended one meeting and Mrs. Croto attended the other, and they asked a lot of questions about previous years' information that really I just wanted to thank Annie Collier for working hard to kind of get all the questions out of the way that were, quote, older questions, or questions from before my tenure here or Michelle's tenure here, and some additional questions that just will allow us to focus on the budget that will be proposed on November 7th. So really, we're hoping to, this is never fast or easy, but there are things that we can do to streamline our processes by being proactive and asking questions in advance and having answers prepared. And I have been happy to, it's been a much easier year this year. I mean, frankly, we're not new, so we aren't looking for everything. So that makes it a lot easier. You know, so we are fine, you know, it's much easier for us process-wise to answer these questions, and I'm looking forward to a great year myself, Larry. Thank you.
And student council report, Adam O'Rourke.
Yep. All right, so on Tuesday, October 9th, the Sanborn Student Council hosted the annual Southern New Hampshire Student Council Fall Conference at Camp Lincoln. The student council got there early to set up breakfast for all the other student councils that attended. When everybody was there, we had a little briefing about what the day was going to be. We did a bunch of big group activities with all the councils. Then we split off in our own to do leadership and bonding activities. Each council did activities like blindfolded dodgeball, where like one person was blindfolded with a partner, and the partner would direct them to where the balls were and where to throw it. That was pretty fun. It showed us a bunch of team skills and leadership skills, and it brought us together as a council. The Sanborn Student Council then served lunch, and we had a big council meeting with all the councils, and then everybody went home from there. And the next big student council meeting will be Waterville. Waterville is gonna be on Friday, November 9th, into Saturday, November 10th. It's an annual trip that the student councils go on. It's gonna be group activities, guest speakers, and team bonding again. This is also where we're gonna be figuring out what our winter carnival theme is. And then on Wednesday, October 10th, the senior class had its senior day of caring this year at the Austin 17 house. There were a bunch of activities that let everybody have fun and give back to the community, such as making lunches for veterans, building bikes to give to shelters, and making kindness rocks to hide at the elementary schools for the students, for the elementary students to find. It was very well orchestrated, especially for a first year thing. This was the first year that we went to the Austin 17 house to do it. And then finally, our honorary members for each grade were chosen on Thursday, October 18th. All the class councils, as well as the student councils, are all set. And we're all
Great.
good.
We appreciate your work here. I just had a question for you. As our valued student voice on the board, do you ever visit the other student councils at our schools, just to stop in and?
I do occasionally, just to kind of make sure everything's running smoothly. We do have a newer teacher as one of the councils. She's been here for 2 years, but she's doing good. All the other student councils are doing good.
So the student councils are kind of decentralized, I guess, right?
Kind of. There's separate class councils, like there's a freshman class council, sophomore, junior, senior, and then the president, the 3 reps, and now the honorary rep, and me are on the student council, and that's where we do the main student council work.
So it sounds like you do a lot of networking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
Oh, yeah.
much. Thank you.
Problem.
Old business, 6.1. We have one policy to review tonight. I would like to have a motion to do a first and second reading of this policy.
So moved.
If there's any discussion about moving it to a first read, we can do that, but ideally, we would approve it tonight.
We got a first motion, but we haven't had a second.
Oh,
Second?
second, thank you. So we have a few changes to our policy on board mission and statements of board committee statements of purpose. Under finance, we wanted to add, per Mr. Baker's request, language about using a qualified auditing firm. So we did
Which we
introduce-
do, but it hasn't been in the policy.
It hasn't been in the policy, but we're introducing it here under finance. And that's the only change on page 1. And then on page 2, under excellence and student achievement, we've stricken all of the bullets that we currently have listed, which are a little bit disorganized, let's say, and really indicates activities that this subcommittee should better leave to public relations and budget committee and the full board. So we stripped out things like communicate to the public the goals of the district. Again, this would be something that the public relations committee would handle. We mentioned in several places reviewing budget priorities. Again, that's not strictly the purview of excellence and student achievement. And we streamlined it to contain 4 bullets. As you can see, they say, the committee will ensure data from statewide and district assessments are received and promptly reported to the school board in an ongoing basis. 2, monitor institutional effectiveness by ensuring programs, curriculum, professional development, and other budgeted activities, I got the word budgeted in there, are mapped to growth targets in academic and other performance indicators. 3, and we struck the word yearly at our meeting this afternoon, so instead of review yearly, we're just going to leave it review academic achievement reports using district indicators for student success progress. And 4, evaluate board policies and administrative recommendations that impact student achievement and recommend to the board resolutions which ensure programs support student achievement and successful programs are replicated where possible. So that's our new streamlined version of our mission. And then on the last page, I added in that the committee is comprised of 3 school board reps and non-voting curriculum directors and teacher representation when needed. I added non-voting because only the board reps on the committee vote to forward recommendations to the full board. I know the superintendent would like to discuss the word non-voting at some point. I don't know if it's tonight or
I'm fine.
we'll just leave it as, because currently non-board members are resources. They're not actually voting members of these committees. So I just put non-voting there. So again, we can revisit this later. But so are there any comments on these revised bullets? Or any other changes? So can I get I think it's on the floor. All in favor of a first, second read, approve of this change?
Aye.
Thank you. And Corey, thank you for speaking aye, because sometimes I can't see you on the screen. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
You bet.
So we have 6.2, the NESDEC next steps and update on survey. Superintendent Ambrose.
Could Michael needs the projector cable.
Oh,
I think Tammy has it at this point. So, oh, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I'm gonna go stand up here, just so I can see parents and whatnot, because I feel a little hoity-toity back here, you
no
know?
problem. Yep.
I thought I'd come up here so I could be closer to the parents. Thank you for being here tonight. We really appreciate having your presence. So we had 591 people respond to the survey, which for us is astronomically high. We've done surveys before where we got 100 or 80 or less, and so I really appreciate the folks who took the time to do this. Oh, I did, but we can use this one if you want to. Thanks, Michael. I
Could
don't
you
know how to
speak
use
into
it,
the
though.
mic, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
sure thing, Dr. Brown.
No worries.
Is that better?
Much better.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Oh, thanks. I don't know how to use one of these. I'm that guy. There it is. Thank you. So if you look at, as I was saying, we had a lot of respondents. So 44.6% were residents of Newton, 30.3% were residents of Kingston, 23.1% were staff members, and then we had 2% or 12 from Fremont. And the results of the first question for the middle school, which option do you prefer? Choose 2. First choice and second choice, 321 folks said to keep the schools in their current configuration. And it was a second choice for 82 folks. Clearly, folks did not like the idea of moving 6th through 8th to the high school. Only 77 chose that as a first choice and 171 as a second choice. For closing the middle school and moving 7th and 8th grade to the high school facility and move the 6th grade to the elementary school, that was the first choice of 196 respondents. and a second choice of 255. So in the elementary schools, which option do you prefer if the district were to consider moving 7th and 8th grade? By far, folks wanted to have pre-K 6 at Bakey and pre-K 6 at Memorial. I won't read all the percentages, but it was really quite clear. And then I'll just summarize. The question, the feedback you can see here is, I will post this on the web for anyone who'd like to read it. This is public information. This survey is just a dipstick to kind of figure out what the pulse was of the community. So no one's names are attached to any of these comments, so it's not a problem to share them, but I'm certainly not going to read them all. I was trying to be funny, I'm sorry. So heavy. I know that this is really tricky, and the next step for us is to have the board talk about what they would like the administration to do. We are missing 2 members this evening, so I'm not sure if they're going to take action at this time, but I do think that it's important to recognize that, to summarize basically what has been coming to me, and I'm sharing what I've seen and heard, is that we don't love it, but we could live with having 7th and 8th grade at the high school, but we have a lot of questions. We want to know, would our kids be in a school within a school? Would they be able to work independently? Would they have a middle school culture where they are treated like middle school students, not smaller high school students? Would they have access to older kids? Would they be riding the bus with them? What would it look like? What would it feel like? What would a day for my kid be like? How often would they see kids in the hall that were older? All those things. What would happen next is that the board will have to make a decision about whether or not to ask the administration to analyze all of those things. This work is at its infancy right now, and I think a lot of anxiety gets created when we talk about this, which is natural, because we don't know the answers to all of these really important questions. So I just wanted you all to hear, we don't know the answers to those questions because the board hasn't asked the administration to do that level of detail. We first wanted to figure out what's possible. It's really important to recognize that NASDAQ did share options that would support reorganizing pre-K 2 as one school, or pre-K 3, or 4-5, or 4-5-6 as its own school. We can't do that until the Articles of Agreement have been addressed, because our Articles of Agreement say that we have to have an elementary school in each community, which technically is defined as K to 6 or K to 8. Right? And so technically right now, Bakey is not one of those, and that decision was made in 1977, which I researched, but I gave up on because does it really matter right now? Right? Right now, technically, we're out of compliance at the Bakey school. The Bakey school should be K to 6. We have a middle school, and I just want folks to know that we have a lot of work to do before any decisions are made. So the last thing that I'll say is that the process for this is as follows. The school board needs to direct the administration to study an option. If we study an option, that information will then be presented again to the community for a public hearing where you will have input, right? And then ultimately the board has to decide what they want to do. And so we have time, and I want to take this slow and get all the questions answered. And so my message is I really appreciate that everyone has been very civil and kind, and I can't thank you enough for that, because really what we're trying to do is to help kids to learn and manage the fact that we are trying to figure out how to allocate resources to meet student needs. We need a lot of money for intervention for kids. And our middle school does need a lot of work, and I have asked Steve Riley to research whether or not it's legitimately $3.5 million in repairs to the middle school, or if that number's inflated because of the old capital improvement plan. I asked him to research what the numbers actually are, right? Like what is it in today's dollars? So he is working on that regardless, because no matter what we do, we're going to need to know that information. So we're actively seeking that information out at this time. Could you hear that? I'm sorry, I walked away from the little microphone. I apologize. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to the board to discuss. Thank you.
Madam Chairman. Madam Chair.
Mr. Bake, Mr. Heath.
Boris, in order to discuss this, we need to have a motion on the floor, so I'd like to make a motion. At this time, because of the investigation and the planning that we need to do and questions that need to be answered, I'd like to move to have the superintendent investigate and plan for moving the 7th and 8th grade to the high school, ensuring that the middle schools are segregated from the high school students, and that the middle school experience will be maintained for the 7th and 8th grade. I also would like to see
Second.
the superintendent do the cost out for the middle school move to the high school, including but not limited to transportation, moving material from the middle school to the high school, and any construction that is required at the high school to make this happen. Also including any costs associated in maintaining the existing middle school in a non-use position.
Question about, can I ask a
We
question
have
about
to
your
get a
motion?
second before we can talk.
Well,
Second.
Mr. Mason, second.
Now it's yours.
I'd like a little clarification on your motion, because you referred to 7th and 8th grade, and then you said middle school, which includes 6th grade. So
Well, 6th grade goes back to the,
is that also, that's part of
yes,
your
that's part
motion
of
as
the, I'm
well?
sorry, I thought I had that in here. The middle school would consist of just strictly the 7th and 8th. The 6th grade would move back to the elementary school.
Discussion?
Both of them do the same.
I'd like to discuss a friendly amendment, kind of compressing and simplifying the motion.
The only reason I put it out to that point, just
Yeah.
for everybody's information, is that a lot of the questions that have been asked of me, those were the questions that were asked. And I was just trying to say, okay, fine, these are the things that I wanted to make sure we had answers for.
Yeah,
And that's why I made it such a detailed type motion. Motions should be small and short and concise and ready to be answered, but this one has too many questions.
Mr. Baker, are you suggesting that there's too many questions, but there also might be questions that may not get asked as well?
well, I think it could be either way, and I appreciate Larry's effort to cover all of those aspects, but if we're that specific, I'm afraid we'll leave something out. So I'd like to propose a simpler motion, which is that the superintendent fully analyze the benefits and challenges involved in moving the 7th and 8th grade to the high school and closing the middle school.
I have a comment.
Sure.
I think that we should try to keep it simple in the sense of it's about people, processes, and programs. Who are the people that are going to be impacted? What are the processes, both for all stakeholders, the parent guardians, the staff, and the leadership team? And then what are the programs that are going to be impacted? Because if you look at it from that perspective, we should cover all bases, because and then obviously a financial responsibility. People, processes, programs, and finances. And take under advisement the survey that was done, and take under advisement the questions and concerns that the community has suggested.
If I could speak.
Keep it
So-
open.
That's one of the
Wait.
reasons why I included, including but not limited to. That statement right there allows us to expand beyond what the motion said. And essentially, both motions here are saying the same thing. Mine's just more broad. And I have no problems either way, but the thing is, there's a lot of questions out there, and we need to make sure all those questions are answered. And that's what I was concerned about. I want all the answers, whether we like them or not. The more we get, the better off we're going to be, and the better decision we can make. We have, what, 6,000
We've
people?
got two motions on the floor, one yours and an amendment to the
That's right.
motion, which is to replace the motion. Mr. Baker, would you like to withdraw your amended motion, or would you like us to look at that after we vote on Mr. Heath's motion? What would
We
you
have to
like
vote
do?
on the second one first.
We have to vote on the second one first. Oh, okay. So you'd like to have us vote on yours first. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just think that we all understand that all of these areas have to be looked at. Benefits and challenges, in my mind, covers it. We're looking at you know, what do we have facing us here? What are the benefits? What are the challenges? And all of that includes busing, you know, the impact of 7th and 8th graders with high school students. There's even another part of that, which is 6th grade sports. What are the 6th graders going to do for sports? So rather than define specific words that we're going to look at, I'd rather make it broad so that we have, you know, we have a broad enough umbrella that we can look at every possible thing that the community wants us to look at. And we're going to task the superintendent with doing that.
Ms. Mahoney?
Could you read your motion again, please?
Yeah, it's that the superintendent fully analyze the benefits and challenges involved in moving the 7th and 8th grade to the high school and closing the middle school. That doesn't mean it's going to be done. This is just to look at it.
You should also include moving the 6th grade to
Yeah,
the
I would.
elementary schools,
and-
because that is an additional move.
So,
And moving the 6th grade to the elementary schools.
Yes.
so I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Baker, in your we're really getting in the weeds here potentially. You say the word analyze. It doesn't indicate that he needs to report out and give us back any information, technically speaking. I think I heard that within Mr. Heath's comments, and regardless, I think the end game here is to assure that the community, when they see when the superintendent, the leadership team are analyzing and reporting, we're just covering all the bases. I appreciate you being concise, but if the community member looks at the minutes, or the community member who isn't a privilege to hasn't attended these meetings, they look at his warrant article, it's a little more verbose and given a little more guidance, and so we can refer back to that often. So again, we're splitting hairs here a bit, and there's a lot of leadership members that are doing reports later, so we don't want to move a motion.
It doesn't matter to me either way. I just think it's simpler is better.
So before we vote on this, I would like to thank the community for filling out our survey, and I found some of the comments very helpful in giving us direction. I think many people are concerned about the cost we'll incur when we renovate the elementary schools for a 6th grade class and high school for the 7th and grade moving here, and how those costs will compare to simply renovating the middle school. So that's an important issue, and that was a great question that I saw in the survey. Another question was, will the 6th graders be allowed to participate in middle school sports? Great question. And a third one that jumped out at me was, if the 7th and 8th graders are relocated to the high school, can we avoid mixing of 7th graders and 9th, 12th graders in common rooms like the library and the gyms, which is something we want to think about. So all of those were great questions. So even though we're down to 5 members tonight, I suppose we should have a vote on the motion, Jim's amended motion. And I don't think this is the only fiscal impact and other impact study that we may want to have. We may want to investigate a different configuration. But given that the current RSA defines elementary school as grades 1 through 6, and that's the agreement we have with the towns, that's really legally the only option we can explore at this time to be in compliance. So all in favor of Mr. Baker's motion? And so,
You have to, opposing.
oh, anyone opposed?
Aye.
Lori's opposed, that's 2 opposed. So I believe your motion replaced Mr. Heath's motion, is that correct? Since they were dueling motions.
Right, so
Right.
Yeah.
first we have to say the motion failed. Because it was,
Motion passed.
The amended motion passed.
I thought that it had to, pass with the majority
It's
of
a
the board,
majority
or is
vote.
it the majority present?
It's the majority
It's the
present
majority
because we have a
present.
quorum.
Right. Thank you.
I consider them very
I
similar
don't even really
myself.
know that.
yeah.
wouldn't have said
I
there was
don't,
a huge
yeah,
difference
that's
there.
why I'm not too concerned one
Can
way
I
or
ask
the
a
other.
question now?
Yeah.
Right.
All right, I just want to make
I
sure
just,
procedurally
I
that
mentioned
we
my
were-
questions that I had picked out of the
Yeah.
survey, because I noticed a lot of little details were
There is so
in
many,
that survey,
so
so.
many little ones there that needed to be answered.
Absolutely.
Well,
I-
what will happen for process for the, just for the public is, the first question that I have is timeline. Because this is not, this cannot be done very quickly. There's a lot of work to do here. There were 591 respondents, and almost all of them asked a question of some sort. Some were redundant, but not many. There is also a lot of questions that the administrative team have asked me to consider that need to be added to that list, which is what we want to have happen. And so in essence, I'm kind of concerned. I guess I need to know from the board, we currently have budget going on, which is all-consuming for the next 6 weeks or so. Noting that November has 15 or 18 school days, depending on the calendar year, right? November goes by very quickly. So I'm thinking that we should probably get a report back to you early January? Do you want it sooner
No.
than that?
If I could speak. I think January is too early,
Okay.
because you've got too much stuff. Well, there's too many materials that need to be looked into. And to start off with, if you're gonna start costing stuff out, it's gonna take them time to come back to you with estimates. I would like to see you come back, maybe the end of March, 1st of April.
That's a more
I
reasonable
think it's a
timeline.
more reasonable and more accurate
Pam?
date. And then also, I would like to see if we get that answer back by the end of March, 1st of April, to have a discussion with the community at large. At that point, explaining what these questions were, and have that done before, let's say, the end of May. And at that point, then, we take a vote on which way we ever decide to go, and then proceed to have this, if this is what we decide to do, to have it done and ready to go, have the students in class start of 2019.
I don't know if we can do that.
Well, that's why I want to
I'm
find
glad that
out.
you brought up,
We're
so,
gonna have to take that one step at a time, and if necessary, move the timeline out or bring it in.
Mr. Mason?
I have a question or two, Superintendent Ambrose and Ms. Croto. With the amount of questions and such that occurred last year with the budget season, if we have a repeat of that, does that put you at a disadvantage from a resources perspective
yeah,
in doing this effectively for us? Because I'll finish my second comment, because will this impair or potentially cause a challenge or strife with us adequately promoting and, or better yet, coming to the table with a solution? Because the NESDEC study is we've had success in that this year in getting it done. We heard earlier the seminary campus, we've come to terms. I'm just really concerned that it took about many failed attempts at the Seminary Trust Committee and some subcommittees. This is the first one that actually worked, and we actually got stuff done. And so my point being is, what puts us in the best position to assure us that all the paperwork, the warrant articles, and proper communication occurs, knowing it's almost November?
well, I think that's the key is that I'll just tell you based on what I've read, understand, and seen, and I do need some time to process all of this, but I feel that the likelihood of being able to move students in September of 2019 is really, really difficult. Because if there are construction projects that need to occur over the summer to adapt things, move things, I will have a better picture of whether or not that's not realistic in March. So I think that what we should do is follow Mr. Heath's recommendation to consider answering the questions and going through the process toward the conclusion of the budget season, and then have a conversation about it at late March or early April. But I don't want anyone to think that, again, I don't know until I get into it more what the timeline really is. But to be able to move students in for September 19th really would be, September of 1920 would really be predicated upon the answers that we receive as we ask some of these questions. So I don't know, and I will tell you that my instinct is that it's better to do this right and take our time than to rush and have a problem, because problems cost a lot of money. So I would prefer to shoot for the fall of 20. But that doesn't mean, I really don't know, I need some time. So could I report back to the board on this, after the budget process in November, maybe in early December?
Madam Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Bacon.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, is that we don't wait for any information at all until January.
Right.
What we'd ask for is a timeline. When you get a better handle on what you think you can do.
Yeah.
And maybe when you could give that to us in December?
Possibly. That really is, Corey's question is legitimate. I do not anticipate the level of questions from the board and BudCom that we received last year, primarily because the NESDEC study is the answer to a lot of the questions that were asked last year, right? So I mean, and we've been working really hard, Chair Collier and I, to get the questions that were older questions answered now, so that we wouldn't have, last year we spent roughly 10 days answering questions, 10 full work days of almost the majority of the administrative staff. Please don't do that again. Sorry. We have other things that are pressing, and not that budget questions aren't important, they're critical, but the reality is that the budget answers are kind of already clear. I mean, I really have laid out the foundation of a 5-year plan to improve intervention for students who struggle prior to special education. I've outlined that we need accounts for emergencies, because we don't really have those adequately. We do have one for special education at about $230,000, and a capital reserve account that's accrued through fees, that funds itself through fees. But compared to most $35 million organizations, it's a little bit daunting to think that we're running without emergency accounts. And then the last piece that's really critical for me is the professional development, which has gone incredibly well this year. So I can kind of, when I present my budget in 2 weeks, what you're going to see is I'm pretty much just saying, this is what we absolutely need right now. This is what we need to be really seriously trying to add as quickly as possible. And this is what's, if we can do it, we should do it now, but if we can't, we can put it on a very serious, real 5-year plan. So you'll see these options for you to discuss as a board in 2 weeks. Once I do that, then we'll get a sense of what the questions will be. But there are no surprises. You've all heard the same message from me consistently for 16 months, which is, we're figuring it out, okay, we figured it out, this is the direction that we need to go in. So I feel confident that if we can minimize the budget questions, we can focus on working on the middle school. But I'm not saying that to say that budget questions aren't important. They are. And we need to answer those questions, so we need to have a fair and reasonable process that our BudCom and board feels is effective. So let's do the budget and then tackle, there are 2 majors going on in the district right now, 2 really important things. The budget and what we're going to do with the layout of our facilities. Until those are settled, it's almost hard to do the budget, but it's also almost hard to do plans for other things. So we're going to do a budget that's reasonable for this year, have the conversation about our facilities, and then get to work on the bigger picture. That's my 3 or 4 year plan.
Yeah, that's why I asked you for a timeline, not something carved in granite,
Thank you.
but sort of some guidance.
An outline.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
And I agree with Mr. Baker on that. We need, if you need, let's say if you need it all the way up until start of school next year, just to get stuff laid out, I'm all for that.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing here is to make sure we've got our ducks in a row before we even start really deciding what to do.
I think someone was making a duck noise for you, Larry. It was
Oh, they were,
right
huh?
on with their ducks in a row there. Thank you. I agree.
Yeah.
It's important to do this right and carefully. But that doesn't, I'll let you know more in about a month.
Okay.
And as I understand it, we could see substantial savings from rearranging our grades, and that money could go into teacher pay programs that we really need. So we need to look at the benefits of rearrangement, because we do need to improve many programs.
Yep.
Madam
So-
Chair, so I can clarify things real fast. Let me retract my motion. Because we've already got a motion that's been passed and approved, which is essentially the same thing as what I said.
Okay.
And we can save time and we can move forward with whatever. If that's agreeable with, actually, Jim, you second mine, son. I need you to
And
retract.
No, I
Retract your
second,
second.
we're good.
Okay,
Corey.
Corey,
Corey, do you retract your second?
Yes.
okay, we can move ahead
Thank
and
you.
get things done.
Thank you, everyone, for the guidance.
And it's time for public comment. Step right up.
My name is Kelly Cullivan. I have two daughters. One is in kindergarten at Memorial, one is at 7th grade in the middle school. I just had some concern about a couple of the comments from the board members. You stated that 591 surveys were returned and that the majority of those surveys said that they wanted to keep the middle school and the arrangement of the schools as is. Then we hear Dr. Brown say our only option, because we're out of compliance with the articles within the towns, is to reconfigure the schools. Why? Change the articles. Because that's what the parents want. That's what the community members want, number one. Number two, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Mr. Heath. Mr. Heath, Larry.
There, okay, sorry. Then Larry approaches with, okay, well, let's have the superintendent do a whole outline and get these kids in here and transferred by 2019. What did we miss about the fact that we want to keep the schools the same? Not that I'm saying I personally want to keep the schools the same, but that's what the majority of these surveys said. So we're jumping ahead against what the parents, staff members, and community members have said, and you're just jumping right ahead to, let's get the numbers to move the kids, and let's move them there September of next year. That doesn't seem right. And I think a lot of people in the audience are probably going to say the same thing. If you would like to move forward with having a plan, having Superintendent Ambrose go through the numbers, figure out how much it will cost in comparison of keeping the middle schoolers in the middle school in comparison to all of the renovations that are going to have to be done at Bakey, Memorial, and the high school, to then in turn bring them to those schools. And we can look at the cost analysis. Then we can look at moving children. But until that's done, nobody is going to be on board with that. So I think that's where our step one has to be. Both analyses done. That's all. Thank you.
No stars for this one.
Jamie Fitzpatrick from Newton. I believe I was probably the duck noise. Sorry about that.
What's that?
I said I believe I was probably the duck noise.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to say a couple comments about the coming presentation. I look forward to understanding better the grading system that we'll be hearing about shortly. Just some of the points that I hope will be covered. The distributions of grades by class, just what does our bell curve look like? What does our student distribution within our classes look like? How do we subjectively distinguish between the words analyze and synthesize and the words apply and transfer? I still don't have any idea how one objectively deciphers that. What exactly is a transcript that gets sent to colleges? I have seen comments and read comments about schools, colleges don't really understand what our transcripted grades mean. Is that real? Is that not real? What exactly does a transcript look like that goes to a college? Why do we feel assessing collaboration and assessing creativity are relevant to mastering math concepts? Is it not possible for an introvert that is not creative to master math concepts? In my opinion, math concepts should be determined by your ability to master math concepts. Why in elementary school, 2 levels of proficiency, exemplary and proficient, but we add a new level in high school called basic proficiency? Why do we feel the need for a 3rd level of proficiency in high school that we did not find a need for in grade school? Basic proficiency, according to the guide, removes the words consistently and independently demonstrates, and also points out that they cannot apply skills to new tasks, only familiar tasks. So you don't have to be consistent, you don't have to be independent, and you don't have to apply to new tasks. I would submit that that's not basically proficient. So I'm looking very forward to hear what is said in the presentation, and I hope very much that the presentation will be made available for review. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Hello, Cheryl Gannon from Kingston. I wanted to echo what the first speaker referred to, in that it seemed with the results that were projected that I believe it was quoted 321 respondents preferred to keep the current configuration with the middle school. And a comment was made that without having 6th grade at the elementary schools, that we're out of compliance with the Articles of Agreement. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
If we were to explore the options, there's only one option that's currently within compliance with the regulations.
So
And that
currently
was
having
three-
having 6th graders at the middle school building is not in compliance with the Articles of Agreement?
We're supposed to have K 1 through 6 at both elementaries.
Okay, so since about 1975, we've not been in compliance?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm wondering why we're in such a rush to get this done, if it's been 40-something years that we've not been in compliance. I also had a question about what costs there were associated with the NESDEC study, and does the motion that was presented tonight to direct the administration to look at the one option that was presented, does that have any financial implications to it? And then lastly, I would like to thank Ms. Lytle, who I'm very sorry to hear has resigned her seat on the school board. I've attended about 90% of the school board meetings since she was elected, and always found her to be very hardworking, made very valuable contributions to discussions and decisions. And in doing so, she was very respectful and restrained from making personal attacks on people who she may not have agreed with. I wish her the best of luck and hope that she remains active as a private citizen. Thank you.
I was in the back, so it was harder to get up here. My name's Tammy Gluck from Newton. So I missed Superintendent Ambrose's presentation, which had the results of the survey. So I'm just hearing now that it seems like the majority of the respondents to the survey want to keep the configuration the way it is now. And I would argue with you, Dr. Brown, that we are out of compliance with the Articles of Agreement. I think it says you have to have elementary can be K through 6. I don't think you have to have.
I just want to help with this, just so everyone here hears the same message consistently, so I apologize, but
Go.
I think I should clarify. I did contact a lawyer,
Thank you.
and they clarified for me that the definition under New Hampshire statute for an elementary school in a cooperative school district is K to 6 or K to 8. It was at one time 1 to 6 or 1 to 8 or K to 6 or K to 8, but because it has, we have K now statewide, that changed. And so ultimately, I started reading a lot of documents from 1974, 5, 6, and 7 to figure out what happened. And essentially what happened was we had a middle school built for a larger population that didn't show up. So we had room to put 6th grade at the middle school. Whether or not at the time when that was done it was in compliance with the law at that time, it's too long ago to bother with. The reality is that today, right now, by the Articles of Agreement, we are technically supposed to be running a K-6 or K-8 elementary school in each community. So we are technically out of compliance at the Bakey School, but,
Memorial.
well, no, because there's a 6 through 8 building in that town. So it's technically in compliance. Newton's in compliance. Kingston is technically not right now. The district is out of compliance, but the reality is that the only way that would be an issue is if it was an issue. There's not really, we have a middle school, a dedicated middle school, so the reality is that in order to reorganize the district the way that NASDAQ, they put out a number of options, particularly around, would we have a pre-K 2 building or a pre-K 3 or 4 building? Could we have a 4, 5, 6 building or a 4, 5 building? None of those are an option unless the Articles of Agreement are amended. They're not even on the table right now. So I think the point was being made, or the point has been made, and I just want to reiterate so that everyone hears the same message consistently. The only NASDAQ option that can even be explored right now is to move 7th and 8th grade to the high school and the 6th grade to the 2 elementary schools, or grades 6, 7, and 8 up to the high school facility, which clearly no one in the survey even wanted to talk about. In the survey it was, we don't want to change anything by 3/21, or if we have to change something, then we can live with looking at 7th and 8th going to the high school facility, but we have a lot of questions.
But 6, 7, 8 at the high school would mean you'd then be out of compliance in Newton.
Exactly, that, it
So
is,
K through 6
it is
at the
arguable,
elementary schools
right, it's
is the
ar-
only,
it's the,
option to keep
it
you in
is,
compliance.
but look,
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't think anyone here, it depends on how litigious people wanted to get about whether or not 6, 7, and 8 went to the high school. But yes, technically, we should rewrite the Articles of Agreement to even move 6th grade to the high school. You are correct. Yeah,
I guess, thank you for explaining that.
no
but
problem, I
in-
just didn't want to, I just want to make sure everyone
I-
understands.
I think it's really important that the board takes its time on this, and Superintendent Ambrose, you are asking for that, and this is a huge decision and a big shift from how things have been done here, and I understand the enrollment issues, and that's a concern. It's just, you have, of your 500 and some surveys, 2/3 have said something different, and now the board is voting to go against what those 2/3 have voiced their opinion about. So that's just, be careful. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm looking forward to seeing the presentation from Mr. Turmel, and there were some concerns voiced by a community member about the transcript. And the reason I was late, I was working with my daughter, she's a senior, with college applications, and through all of this, I've become quite intimate with her transcript, and I just want to say that the transcript is very easy to understand. It makes a lot of sense. At the high school level, we use a 4.0 scale, which is what they use in colleges. When you apply to colleges, there is a school summary or a school report that goes along with the transcript, so the admissions people understand the course offerings that are here at Sanborn, so they have a good grasp of what is available to students to take. And my son and another board member, son graduated the class of 2014. Her son is now at UPenn to get his doctorate. My son graduated BU. He's a working actor now. So I think Sanborn, those are just my two little examples. I think we do a great job here preparing kids for the future. My daughter is looking at several colleges, and we're hopeful in the opportunities that will be presented to her as well. So I just wanted to make that comment. And also, I wanted to thank Taryn as well for her service on the board. She brought a perspective of a parent in the community, an educator. I think that's a great perspective. It's great to have a board that's balanced. We have another dedicated school board member who is not sitting at this table, but he's on the screen, I believe, or on a bus or a plane or somewhere. And I think all of you are working hard, and I just want to thank you all for your dedication, whether you can be at this meeting or not. And so that's all. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Mary Sear from Kingston, and I just want to speak to the public comments regarding the survey results, overwhelmingly pointing to the board leaving the structure of our facilities as is. Just because the board is looking to explore the feasibility of the next best option doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It is a feasibility study. They are looking at costs and benefits and impacts on culture and all of those things. So it doesn't mean that we shouldn't proceed with exploring it. It doesn't mean we're committed to making any changes. It means that we're exploring this as a possibility. The survey was a dipstick, kind of a litmus test. It was not a vote. It was not any kind of binding decision. So I think people need to have an open mind about this and let the due diligence come forth with facts and data so that our elected officials and our administrators can look at this thing logically and make educated, intelligent decisions based on what's best for this community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Donna Harvey Mosley. I live in Kingston. As the parent of a kindergartner, a sixth grader, and an educator for nearly 20 years, my primary concern, and the one thing that I heard missing from the board's comments and discussion, were the children. I recognize that you need to do research. I'm a historian by trade. However, I think that the first question, and the most important question, should always be what's best for the children you serve.
Anyone else? Thank you. Oh,
One thing. I hate to speak twice, I really do. You're saying that the articles, the New Hampshire articles, say that, and you're saying they're state articles.
No, I'm saying that there's a state law for a cooperative school district,
Define cooperative.
2 towns or more.
Okay, continue. 2 towns or more. A cooperative school district, 2 towns or more, must have a K through 6?
If in their articles of agreement it says that each community will have, it's, the way our articles are written says that each town must have an elementary school.
And now, are those articles put into place by, how were those articles put into place? By community members, by a board?
I'll answer one more, but I really don't want to have an ongoing, we can explain this more in the future.
But my question is because I'm trying to understand why we as a community have to have a K through 6, but Danville doesn't have a K through, doesn't have a K through 6.
It depends on how, so
Right.
there are 3 factors.
Okay.
Our articles of agreement were adopted, thank you, Dr. Brown, effective July 1st, 1966.
Okay.
And they state that each town shall have an elementary school.
Okay.
Because it says elementary school instead of just school, the state regulation for an elementary school, so the definition of elementary school in a cooperative school district, which is what we have, is grades K through 6 or 8 or 1 through 6 or 8.
So that depends on the school district.
Depends on the definition of cooperative, elementary, and what our articles of agreement say. So for example, if our articles of agreement said that we had a school, not an elementary school, we could look at all the NASDAQ options right now. But because it says elementary school explicitly in our Articles of Agreement, it changes that and is then driven by state statute. It's a very complicated, I spent a lot of time on the phone with a lawyer about this.
Yeah.
And so basically, the essence of the situation is that our Articles of Agreement say that both towns will have an elementary school. State law defines an elementary school as, for the purposes of this conversation, K to 6 or K to 8.
Okay, I was just
So
trying to
Newton's
get
in-
some definition so that people
Yep.
like myself who weren't
No
quite
problem.
understanding it would maybe have a better sense
It's just
of-
important to note that public comment isn't supposed to be a dialogue.
Right,
So
I
I'm trying to
know.
be really careful not to like treat you one way
I
and then someone
know,
else
I
another
know,
way. and
but
I'm-
I just feel, I felt as though if you gave us a little bit of
Right, I
definition, it
understand
might
that for the-
actually help people a little bit understand
yes.
why, if we're looking at Timberlane, they don't have to have it, but we do.
Right.
It's kind of just a little education
Well,
piece
to
to try and help
quote,
everybody
to
out.
quote one of the best lawyers I've ever worked with, the devil's in the details.
Right, thank you.
So new business, we have 2 overnight field trips, and Mr. Ambrose will summarize those.
Mr. Stack is here if he wants to chime in, but these are long-standing field trips, so I did not ask the 2 teachers to come this evening. I did put their names there so that folks would know, because Mr. Mason, I believe, had asked at one point who the teacher was that would be handling this field trip. The first one is looking for a motion to approve the High School Student Council Fall Conference Waterville Valley
So
field
moved.
trip.
Second.
Thank you. It's first Jim, second Larry. Any discussion? Pam, can you?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
And 8.1.2 is a high school trip to NYC for the arts and history enrichment. I may have to join that field trip personally.
So moved.
Second.
Looks like a fun trip to me. Anything you want to talk
Any
about?
further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
And now we'll have Mr. Stack's presentation on class sizes at the high school. That's next up.
We did, I asked Dr. Brown if she could, Mr. Stack was away and got home very, very, very late due to a delayed flight. So I asked if he could present his information first
Before
and then,
Mr. Trammell's.
yeah, and then have the grading presentation. Sorry, Mr. Tamel.
You didn't have to do that. I'm going to stay. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to be giving you guys a little bit of an overview on how our schedule works. We get a lot of questions this time of year as to how we prepare our master schedule and all the different pieces that go into it. And as you might imagine, there are a lot of things that come out of the schedule with staffing, with classes, class size, with programs that we offer, lots of different things. So we're going to just kind of do like a high-level overview for board members as you're going into the budget season so that you'll feel better equipped and you'll also hopefully have better questions to ask along the way because it is a pretty involved process. I do have my other team, my other administrators are back here also who can answer questions for the public. I'm just going to point them out. If you could just give a wave. Bob Dawson is here, the man in purple, and Heidi Levitt. And I also have my administrative intern, Michelle Worth, who's attending this evening, and she's doing a year-long internship with me through SNU, and that's giving her a lot of opportunity to learn things as well. Okay, different things that have come up. I've been doing this now for 13 years, so we get lots of different questions, right? What's the schedule look like? What are our graduation requirements? How does this compare to the state's minimum standards for school approval, which for those in the audience is a law that the state has that says at a minimum, these are the things that you must offer in order for a high school to be considered a high school. How do teacher certifications impact scheduling? What does the entire process of building a schedule look like? And what does the data tell us about some of our different student needs and our staffing levels? So I'm going to try to touch upon some of these throughout the next few minutes. So I start by saying when we think about building a master schedule, there's this inclination to want to try to keep things really simple just for purposes of trying to make decisions or make predictions about the future, right? So this is what you might be tempted to do when you oversimplify a situation. So I did a little math here and I said, well, we have 43 and a half teaching positions in our school, not counting our special education case managers and guidance counselors. These are just all of our classroom teachers, right? And all of our teachers teach 6 different sections of courses. So that would give us 261 courses that we could potentially offer, right? We have 672 kids here, according to our October 1st enrollment. And our kids, we have a schedule that has them taking 8 different classes. So this would be 5,376 different course seats that are needed. These are places where kids would have to go. If we divide by one by the other, we get a class size of 21, right? So that's oversimplifying, because when you look at our class size report, you don't see all of our classes having 21 kids, right? You see some have more, some have less, some have a lot less, some have a lot more, and we also have kids going other places too, not just some of these different seats. So we got to expand the problem, and I'm a math guy. I love to keep it simple and keep it numbers based, you know, so we can't always do that. So you know the history of our schedule. When I started here 13 years ago, we had a 4x4 block. That meant that our kids took 4 90-minute classes in semester 1 and 4 90-minute classes in semester 2. We then made a modification and we created a couple of what we called skinny classes in the middle of the day. And there were lots of pros and cons to that schedule. By and large, people didn't like it. And the school board actually directed me, oh gosh, maybe 9 years ago, to do a study of our schedule and come up with a better option that was going to meet our needs. So we did. And this study took a couple of years, actually, by the time we reviewed what we wanted and came up with a better plan. But what folks from this school system wanted for a schedule were classes that were closer to 60 minutes in length, year-long. They wanted the ability for teachers to have collaborative planning time, and they wanted a flexible period built into the school day. So these are all things that we took under advisement when we built what we now have, which is our 6-day schedule. So you can't see all of the details there, and you don't need to see all the details. But what I want to point out is we have a schedule that has 3 different rotations in it, okay? We have a morning rotation that happens from about 7:30 to 9 o'clock. We have a middle of the day rotation from 9 to 11:30, roughly, and we have an afternoon rotation that happens from 12 o'clock on. Now, why do we have all these rotations, right? Well, remember, our schedule is dependent upon the fact that we have kids here with us all the time. We also have kids that leave us and go to SST, right? That's a fixed thing that has to happen. So in the middle of the day, we have a group of students going to SST for programming. At the end of the day, we have kids going to SST. So having these little mini rotations just means that we won't schedule a kid for the middle sex courses or the PM courses, right? So I'll dive into that a little bit more. But what you need to know for now is that our schedule is still based on kids taking 8 different classes, just like it was 13 years ago when we had a 4x4 block. All right? So I've asked some of our staff, well, what do we like about this schedule, right? I told you that we moved to this schedule after a lot of research, right? So here are just a few things that they came up with. And I'll elaborate on some of these. So our schedule allows us to do teaming in 9th and 10th grade. It provides us that optimal period of 60 and 80-minute classes, mostly 60. We have a few 80s in there. And that, by and large, is just the right length of time that folks are looking for. We have that flexible period embedded. I talked about that. We also embed an advisory period, which is an opportunity for kids to get college and career counseling, etc. Our SST kids can be accommodated. I talked about that. I'm gonna dive in a little bit and talk about how we have planning periods for teams and professional learning community periods for teams. And this waterfall schedule, that's this idea that we have a schedule where not all of our classes meet every day. Like, let me go back. You see how on the first day you can count 5 periods and an advisory period, right? Every day there's only 5 periods. And so we can get like 5 60-minute classes there, and that fills up our day. If we had a 7-period day, all the classes would be a little shorter. 8-period day, they'd be even shorter. You get the idea, right? All right. So we have small learning communities. These are our teams, and we have had these for quite some time. So we have a freshman learning community. That means all of our students, so think teams, I guess I'm talking to everybody here. Think teams like you would in a middle school, right? So our freshmen come in here, they have a team, blue or gray, they have their math, English, social studies, and science class on the team. In the sophomore year, we have something very similar. They have their English, social studies, and science classes as part of that team. They also do what's called a SIP, which is a student interest project. Is it? Period? Project, thank you. This is rebranding year, so I'm trying to make sure I'm using the new lingo. That's an opportunity for our kids to explore something that they're really passionate about that's of special interest to them. So we have time built in there for that. So you see at the bottom, our high school, actually our school board, won an award in 2012 for this freshman learning community model. Now, why was that? They won this from the National School Boards Association. So here's what they actually won. I went back to the application and I pulled out some data. So the whole purpose of creating the freshman learning community was to better get to know kids, to have a group of adults that are tracking and working with a group of kids for the entire year. They're focused on transition. They're focused on integrating the different experiences that kids have here. So remember, they come from 2 different feeder schools, right? We have Ellis students, we have Sanborn Middle School students. So we have some data tracked. I'm missing a couple of boxes. They weren't part of the grant applications. I don't have that data that I can give you. But if we go all the way back to the 07-08 year, we didn't have any teaming here, right? So in the 08-09 year, all the way to the 10-11 year, we were piloting some version of the teaming model. It wasn't full-blown. It didn't become full-blown until, the 11-12 year was the official first year that we had it. So the kind of data we tracked in that application were the number of 9th grade discipline referrals. Overall, how many times did a 9th grader get reported to the office for a discipline issue that the teacher wasn't able to resolve at their level? The other piece of data that was being tracked was the number of students who failed a course, freshmen. Not the number of course failures, but the number, it says that, but it's the number of individual students that failed a course. You would know, I mean, logic would tell you, as it would tell me, if freshmen fail a course, statistically, they're far more likely to have issues later on in high school, right? So you can see the numbers declining considerably as we move from having no teaming to a point where we have full teams. I will tell you, and anybody who's been here at Sanborn long enough, the advent of teams almost transformed our culture overnight to one that was much more sustainable, focused on student learning, and focused on individual student needs. And you can ask any teacher, any student, anybody who was here then, and they will tell you the stark difference between what our school looked like before and what it looks like now with some of those metrics. All right, so getting back to our schedule here, this just highlighting so that you can see when our kids are actually going to SST. So in pink, those are the times when our mid-session kids are not here. So a mid-session kid would be a first-year SST student, mostly juniors with a few sophomores, about 70 students, plus or minus. In the afternoon, the green, those are our PM SST students, second-year students, mostly seniors, some juniors, about 35 to 40 kids are doing that. They take buses, they come back. I'm only showing you, by the way, one version of the schedule. There are 2 lunches. I'm showing you, you don't need to see both to get the idea of how the schedule works, but there is another lunch period that sits right above, 1 row up. All right, so some of our kids, it matters whether you're on the first floor or or the second floor when you have class, that tells you which lunch you have. But you get the point. You can see how our schedule sets up. So what does this mean for our teachers? Because we were talking about kids. Kids take 8 classes. So our teachers, by contract, they have to have a 30-minute duty-free lunch, bell to bell. All right, 30 minutes. The other thing is they need 5 uninterrupted preparation periods equal to a regular class period. That's language that comes right out of their contract. So what that tells us is, okay, they need lunch, we get it. They need to have not a prep period every day necessarily, but in a week, they've got to have 5 in a week, right? Or we work on a 6-day cycle, so we ensure that they're going to have 6 periods in a 6-day cycle, all right? So when we were a block schedule, it was very easy. Teachers taught 3 classes, and they had 1 as a prep period. The next semester, they taught 3 classes, they had 1 as a prep period. Now it's a little bit more complicated, because you can see we got classes coming in and out, in and out. So our teachers teach 6 classes. They have always taught 6 classes. This is in addition to the work that they do with FLT and advisory, which I can talk about separately. So those 6 classes could be any different combination, right? So I'm going to show you a combination here that some of our teachers have. So some of our teachers are in a setup where they don't teach periods 3 and 4. So their 6 classes would be 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everybody with me? So what happens periods 3 and 4, those would be their off periods. So if you look at their schedule, every single day, 3 or 4 shows up at least once. Twice in a 6-day cycle, it shows up twice. So what we do is we tell the teachers, you have your individual planning period during, well, in this case, the 9:30 to 10:30 slot. And on the 10:30 to 11:30 slot, on those A and D days, we are requiring that you meet with your team for what we call a professional learning community team experience, all right? Think of it, school board members, like subcommittee meetings. All the work that you need to do as a school board cannot happen at this table. You have these very extensive subcommittee meetings, right? Well, our PLC meetings operate very much like that. We can't get everything done in a staff meeting, but boy, oh boy, do we get a lot done in these PLC meetings. So the nice thing, the beauty of this, and this is what makes Mrs. Levitt a rock star, is she is able to coordinate so that if you are part of a team, you have the same 2 periods off, or you have at least one of the 2 periods off. You are always able to meet during these yellow times. And there are lots of different combinations, all right? Here's another example where teachers have 4 and 6 off, and they're able to meet. But I probably should have picked different ones. If you pick 7 and 8, you would have double periods on B day and E day. That's what our freshmen do, right? So every one of our 7 teams has a combination that works. And this is what allows us to have that planning time, but also that bonus time that we can control, that's very scripted, that's focused on very specific work around student achievement. And we have made lots and lots of progress with our collaborative team effort. All right, so I did a little survey, some of the schools around us, because I was curious, well, what do their teaching schedules look like? All right, so what you're seeing here is, I explained Sanborn. We have a student schedule where kids have 8 classes. We have a teacher schedule where they teach 6 out of 8. So here's some other combinations, and I literally just, all the principals, we meet fairly regularly. We were at an SST meeting, and I just had them go right around the room and tell me exactly what their schedules were, and then I made a couple phone calls to the ones who weren't there. So you can see some different combinations. You know, Timberlane, for example, 8 and 5, Wyndham 8 and 5. Winnicott has kind of a weird trimester thing going, but what it works out to is a 7-period day, teachers teaching 4. So it just gives you some context for how much time our teachers are spending in the classroom as compared to what that might look like at other schools. Now that, mind you, does not take into consideration almost all of these schools listed have some form of an advisory or focused learning time period. So let me, because I don't think I put a slide in here, let me just say something about this. So let me back up. Advisory, us old school people would call this homeroom. Well, it's homeroom on steroids. Okay, we do a lot more than just what you and I may have done in homeroom. But we do that twice a week on A days and D days. On the other days, we give students the opportunity to sign up, or we also give teachers the opportunity to sign students up to get some reteaching, intervention, and enrichment. So this is what they need, when they need it, and it changes on an ongoing basis, right? If you're at work, you're working on a special project, and you know that for the next couple of weeks you're going to need a little extra time to work on that project, you make adjustments in your schedule, right? So we're trying to teach our kids to do some of those same exact things. All right, so let's talk about graduation requirements for a second. I know this is a ton of info, and I apologize for that, but board members, I hope this is helping you get a better picture of things here. And also, many of you here that maybe don't know. Maybe your kids aren't at high school yet, or maybe they are, and you didn't know all these pieces were there. So for many, many, many moons here at Sanborn, we had one diploma. It was called the Sanborn Diploma. It was a 28-credit diploma. Some time ago, I want to say 4 or 5 years, I don't know, I need a historian on this one, we were looking to add the minimum standards diploma. Sandy, do you remember? You're shaking your head, maybe. 5 years ago-ish? I don't remember. So the 20-credit diploma is the state's minimum standards diploma. Remember I said there's a law where the state will tell you, at a minimum, you have to do these things. You can go above and beyond that if you want, but at a minimum, you do this. So we wanted to get that 20-credit diploma in. As we were working through policy, I don't remember which board member it was, but a board member made a motion to say, I'm only going to be in favor of this if we also add a 32-credit diploma. We have a lot of kids who are going above and beyond the 28-credit. Why would we not be recognizing it? We thought it was a great idea. We put it in place, and we started doing it. So over the last 3 years, I just want to give you a sense of how many of our kids have been getting which diploma options. So again, you can't read all these numbers. I'll help you out with them. So roughly 51 to 52% of our kids get the standard 28-credit diploma, okay? And this is over the last 3 years. We're ranging between 40 and 42% of our kids are getting that diploma with distinction. Very consistent over the last 3 years. Between 1 and 3% take the GED, which we now call the high set. Same thing, all right? We average between 3 and 4% that apply for and are allowed to do the 20-credit diploma. That is not an automatic. Kids can't just say, I'm going to go for that. That's good enough for me. It's a very rigorous process to be accepted into that minimum standards diploma, and you have to have some very extenuating circumstances for it. We've done a good job kind of keeping that to about what we would expect for that. And then we have another 1 or 2% that pursue the adult education diploma. We do not offer, so they do that at Exeter Adult Ed, and that is usually at school district expense. Sometimes they do it at their own expense. There are some determining factors for that, all right? So if you're curious what the graduation requirements look like, I'm not going to read all these off, but know that 28 credits gets broken out into various subjects, okay? So if you looked all the way over at the right, that's, you know, the Granite State of New Hampshire telling you, you at least need this, and you can work your way left and see how we expanded upon those minimum standards for the 28 and the 32 credit diplomas, okay? So I'm assuming for the public, we'll make this slide these slides available, yes, to them later? In case they want to, okay, perfect. So I'm not going to read this, but again, I said there's a law. It tells you at a minimum what schools have to look like. It's 104 pages long by last count. Very lengthy document. But it is designed for schools to use if they're looking at making changes to what they do, to make sure that they're still within compliance of that. Another thing that comes into play at all levels, definitely has some curveballs here at the high school, is teacher certification, all right? I'm certified as a math teacher. I am. That's what I used to do before I taught. I don't have any business teaching an English class. You don't want me teaching an English class. I can't teach an English class, all right? The same way that if you're having a heart issue, I hope you're not going to a foot doctor. I mean, you might get an opinion, but I don't know if you want to trust that opinion. So we have some general certifications. Okay, I see Dr. Conan in the room. He's a math teacher. He can teach any of the math courses that we have here. However, if Dr. Conan was a science teacher, I would have to ask, what is your science certification? Because there's a difference between earth and space science, biology, life sciences, chemistry. Those are different certifications, and you can't always just go from one to the other, all right? That's a whole, you can't read that, and I'm not expecting you to, but those are all the different certifications that the state of New Hampshire offers right now. There's a lot of them, okay? And a lot of our teachers have multiple certifications, which is fantastic. And a lot of teachers, at their own expense, at our request, have pursued additional certifications, which gives us flexibility to use them differently and to help make adjustments with our schedule. So to think about our scheduling process, all right, I want you to think about this visual. If you were to look at a map, and this is the New York City subway system, it's a beautiful looking map. Everything seems very well laid out, well thought out, color-coded. What you don't know is that underneath that map is a very organized, systematic process that you don't always see. And our master schedule is the same way. It looks very nice and neat and packaged and organized at the front, but when you dive underneath that, it's very complex, and there are lots of different layers working together to make this work for our kids. So when we, oh yeah, Mrs. Mosley, you're right there. Look at that. So what does our process look like at our school, right? So we always put students at the center. That's what we're here for, right? So we build our schedule based on what we know our kids need and also what our kids want. So that's not to say that in 1 year we make drastic changes to our staffing, because I will tell you, I've been here 13 years. Our student interests don't change overnight drastically. They do, however, evolve over time, and we evolve with them, all right? So scheduling is an all-year process, literally all year. So it's part of Heidi's job description, and she literally tackles different jobs over the course of that year. So it starts in the fall with us doing surveys for students and teachers, trying to figure out, you know, what our needs are, what student interests are going to be. Right around December, we build what we call the program of studies, which has all of our different course options. Then in January and February, students are allowed to make their course requests. After they do that in March, we figure out how many sections of all the courses we're going to need. And we make an early decision on what courses we're going to run, what courses we're not. April and May, that's where we start building the actual schedule, right? So there'll actually be a chart with every teacher, every period. We start plugging courses in. Some of this is done by hand. There are things that we know. We know when the AP or dual enrollment classes have to be, so they don't conflict, or we minimize the conflicts. Band, probably the band and chorus, the #1 classes that we schedule, right? Making sure that we can maximize kids in those. Other classes, we do our teaming classes, because those are predictable. We know where they're going to be. And then we do use our system, our student information system, to automate some of our scheduling. So once we've done those high priority courses, we let the scheduling software put all the electives where it thinks they're going to fit best to give us our highest percentage of students getting scheduled for those particular courses, right? And then in June through September, Heidi's printing schedules for kids. Students are seeing their schedules, making adjustments maybe, either because they've changed their mind, because, oh, I don't know, they're kids, and they changed their mind 1,000 times. But more importantly, because maybe they weren't successful in a class and needed to do something different. Maybe they found out they got approved for SST or an internship, and so they need to do something different. Or they just want to do something different. So there's a lot of schedule changes that happen throughout the summer and into the early part of September. So a year-long process. I'm almost done, I promise. I will tell you, though, that our schedule, is making a big difference, okay? We have two banners that hang in our foyer that we're very proud of, one from 1998, one from 2018. They come from the New Hampshire Excellence in Education Committee. That's a group that solicits applications from schools all over the state, using a rubric, brings schools in for an interview, eventually picks a few schools to come out and do site visits for, and picks one school that they think is a model for other schools to look to for a variety of reasons. And I tell you that our schedule, our teaming, these are reasons that we've won this award now twice. We've won the Magna Award, which I talked about. We won, as a district, the Nellie May Award. All of these things came from folks looking at how we are utilizing our resources in making student-centered decisions. I talked about our schedule, but let's also remind ourselves, not only do we have physical courses that our kids take, there are lots of ways they can earn credits. We have 80 to 90, Heidi help me, kids doing extended learning opportunities with people in our community. So they're going out to a business, they're going out to an elementary school, they're going, maybe they're doing one here in our building with somebody. They're learning on the job, and these are all different kinds of projects of their choosing that they're doing. And we have staff members that help manage that. It's a monumental task, but a very meaningful one. Mr. Ambrose talked about how he's hopeful, and I am hopeful too, that we can get plumbing and electrical and HVAC rolling at SST. Well, doesn't mean we're not offering those. Right now, we have a lot of people who work in those industries who are taking our kids in during the school day and working with them, and it's fantastic, and it's great learning for them. We have kids who take online classes, whether it's VLAX, which is the Virtual Learning Academy Charter School. Some may be doing it through a program that we have here in-house called Edgenuity. We have kids doing dual enrollment classes. In some cases, we have professors from colleges coming here to teach them. In other cases, we're vetting our teachers to teach them. So we have a wealth of courses that our kids can take, and probably lots of other examples that I could talk about, but I think I've already used way more than I should have of my time. Any questions that the board might have?
I've got a question.
Yes.
Just to play devil's advocate for a moment.
Yes.
Not every high-performing district offers the 32-unit diploma. They offer a diploma with fewer units, fewer credits.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering if we spread ourselves too thin sometimes when we have so much quantity, are we sacrificing any quality when it comes to the diplomas? Just wondering that because we want to get our scores up, and I know Mr. Trammell's told us that universities are pulling a subset of courses taken from transcripts to look at a GPA based on those important courses. So I understand the importance of having choices on the schedule, but I'm just wondering if we're really benefiting from such a large number of electives, for example.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a question that I can answer from the podium, but again.
Let's bring it to the EISA then.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you raise a question that's worth looking at. I guess the answer I would go back to is the one thing that we've never changed since I've been here is the fact that we've made a decision that we want our kids to take 8 different experiences a year, right? So what that means is we've built all of our courses in our curriculum around that idea. So if we were going to move to a schedule where they took, let's say, 7 or 6 options a year, that is probably going to that's going to have some impact in how our math curriculum is set up, or our English curriculum, or the types of electives that we might offer. Absolutely. Yeah, am I to say is one better than another? I don't know. I pulled this slide back up just so that you can see it is a smattering. I don't see anybody offering 6, but 8s and 7s, I don't think there's rhyme or reason to say the high-performing ones are doing one or the other. I think it's a mixture. But I will always say I've always been a fan of the statement, it's not the time you have, it's how you use it, really. I really do feel like, just trying to find ways to maximize how efficiently we can use that time is huge. And when we added that flexible time piece, that was a big push for our kids. We have kids doing all sorts of little projects and explorations during that time. These are things that aren't even classified necessarily as courses. And that student interest project, the SIP, right? You get that? Okay. Another opportunity where kids can explore a passion, and it isn't necessarily a course, which I think, Dr. Brown, has really helped us over time start to hone in some of the different courses we offer, right? Do we need a full course on skateboard building? No. But we probably have 1 or 2 kids as SIPs this year doing it, I'll bet. I don't know for sure, I'm guessing. So,
Can I just ask a quick, do you mind if just for the sake of time, because I think that I have some questions right now that I'd like to ask, but, so for example, I would like to have a conversation where we just pop up the current student numbers on the board and talk about kind of how did that all work, because I've gotten some answers that I didn't have my first year here. So for example, the freshman learning community, when you look across it, there's probably 10 or 15 classes that are 10 or 11 kids right now in the master schedule, and other ones that are 24 or 25. So I went to Master Stack. Okay. He's not a rapper, I swear. I went to Mr. Stack and I said, about this master schedule, can you explain this to me? And he explained to me that the reason why it looks like that is because the freshman team regroups every how many weeks?
the sophomores, so you're putting two things together. The freshmen, the reason it's so disjointed is they work in the bell schedule. Math is, there's honors options and not honors options for the freshman year, and math is on the team. So that's what creates all of the variability there. The sophomores is actually the truest example of a team we have, which is literally why the classes are identical. Donna teaches, because she's sitting here, she teaches a pod. She may have 60 kids in that pod. That's 3 classes, 20 kids in each, and they absolutely keep them even, and they will switch them a few times a year, just as they need to, change seats for kids like Adam who are going to be too chatty or something.
So what I'm proposing, Mr. Baker, if I may, I'm proposing that now that we've gotten an initial presentation, that you all email your questions to me.
Yeah.
I have 5 or 6 questions that I'm not going to ask right now, and then Brian will come back.
Yeah, and I think
in 2 weeks.
Right. I think
so I'd like
that,
the questions in a week.
Yeah.
So a week from today, if you could get the questions to me by next Wednesday, and then he can come back when I present the budget.
Right, because I think what our hope is that this would
now,
provide
I
you
have one
context
question.
to ask.
No problem.
Yeah,
Yep.
I just wanted you to have the context so that you would know
I mean, we could do the
what kinds
reverse,
of
Jim. It's up
questions
to-
to
it's up
ask,
to-
You're going to be able to answer this easily.
All right.
New Hampshire Scholars, 24 credits, right?
New Hampshire Scholars is, help me out, Heidi, because there's more than one. New Hampshire Scholar requirements, credit for requirements.
28.
So when we see the row of students up at graduation that earned the New Hampshire Scholar, is that different credits for different kids, or is it a uniform amount? When we have, when we see at graduation, when the row of kids is up there getting the New Hampshire Scholar Award, are those kids getting awards on different levels of credits, numbers of credits, or are they all?
No, they have to take 4 years of English, they have to take 3 years
Right.
of math, 2 foreign languages, and then there are different kinds of New Hampshire Scholars, so there's a New Hampshire Scholars Tech and a New Hampshire Scholars Art.
I see.
So those might differentiate them.
Yep.
They can take a couple of different sciences, so there's a number of different lab sciences that qualify for the science requirement. So
Right.
it might be different within each student based on their choice,
Okay.
but the number of classes are the
Yeah,
same.
if you could just let us know what those credits
Yeah,
are.
so I'm actually going to show you. So another thing you may want to look at, this might help you as well. If you're on our high school website, on the left-hand side of the quick links is our program of studies. And when you open it, it's there's a little table of contents at the top, but it'll take you down to the New Hampshire Scholars, wherever it is. I won't pull it up now, but you can actually look at, because that will actually break out and show you what all of them are. Mr. Ambrose?
Thank you, Mr. Stack. I'm so glad when you acknowledge me. The national baseline for New Hampshire Scholars Program includes 4 years of English, 4 years of math to include Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, laboratory science, 3 years of basic laboratory science to include biology, chemistry, and preferably physics, social studies, 3.5 years chosen from U.S. and world history, world geography, economics, and government, foreign language, 2 years of the same foreign language other than English. So basically, Jim, it's the old school, traditional college prep
Yeah.
curriculum.
So if someone could add up those credits for me at some point and let me know what that is?
I'll do it in 5 minutes. I'll send it to you.
All right. And then follow-up to that is, the difference between the 24 or whatever it is, the 28 and the 32, is that essentially electives?
It is essentially elective, so that is actually board policy.
Is there a minimum class size that you have when you offer electives?
We don't have a minimum class size when we offer, well, we're not going to run a class with only one kid in it, obviously. We're going to run classes based on the staffing that we have. There are some minimums that you should be aware of. So our shop classes have very strict minimums, and it's, I'm going to forget. What did I say, minimum? Oh, yeah. So they have, I'm sorry, that's the other half of the question that you're going to ask next. The shop classes have maximums, and it's like 15 students or 18 students, depending on if it's auto or welding or wood. I forget which ones are which. Science has a max of 24 for lab spaces. Those are two that come to mind. We don't have family and consumer science, but that also had one. As far as minimums go, to answer your question, Mr. Baker, there isn't a minimum per se. However, that being said, it's going to be based on what we have for staffing. We have a lot of classes that don't run. We have a lot of classes that will opt to run every other year, and we have some classes that we'll try to combine. Like if we have not enough kids to run this and this, but they're very similar topics, we may try to put them together. I say try because, I mean, really, we have to be sure that we have the right teachers with the right certifications and the kids want these in the right periods.
Thank you.
Can I have one comment, Dr. Brown, Chairman?
Mr. Mason?
In the event, because this conversation includes the parent guardians and ultimately we are fiduciary agents and we're working for them, many community members are in the public this evening who I'm assuming have their own questions. And because of the governance process, should we open up and as the board ask the superintendent to ask his leadership team to potentially open up a survey? If we're going to do it, maybe we should just do it as a united front survey of questions, so it can all be synthesized properly and so forth.
How about this? I'll put in my I'll put a message instead of doing a formal survey. I think what I'm going to do with what I would like to do with this one, Corey. I was just about to suggest this before we close this up, is to not only have the board send me questions by Wednesday, but anyone from the public too. So anyone here who has a question, who would like to ask a question, I'm certainly open to hearing that and I'll try to get you an answer. And I'll also put a note on Facebook saying, hey, we had this great presentation about the high school, how the master schedule is created. I don't know that I want to get into I mean, I can create a little survey form that people can fill out and put their question in if I start getting overloaded, but the reality is that I'll think about it. That might be easier because it just makes it puts it into an Excel spreadsheet. But the reality is that... Go ahead. Go ahead, Corey.
With all due respect, just timing-wise, like community members will get this video on Thursday, Friday, maybe there'll be a notification. I'm just concerned that all stakeholders won't be reached. And there's obviously many mediums and many ways. It's totally up to you. I'm just as a board member suggesting it happens. I won't put a parameter time frame to it.
Thank you. I'll work with Mr. Stack to figure out how to get community input effectively.
Super, thank you.
So would you like to take public comments on this particular presentation right now before we take our 5-minute break?
I think we're gonna have an hour with Mr. Trammell, and then we've got a lot more to do after that. If we
Okay,
could
'cause
have.
I know Mr. Stack's leaving.
Oh, no, I'm not leaving.
Oh, you're not?
You are
Okay.
staying?
I'm good. My flight,
I wasn't sure if
I
you were
was at a
leaving early.
conference. My flight was, all the flights to Boston were super delayed, but
Like a 5-minute.
I'm good, trust
Yep.
me.
So could we take a 5-minute break right now and
Yep.
then continue after that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Pam, gavel, and let's go. Did you like that?
Yeah.
Need one of these for home, at home.
Bang it even harder. I want to see the head fly off.
Yep.
I'm telling Annie. I'm
So
waiting.
we have our curriculum director, Mr. Trammell, presenting
It's the generation.
a summary of our grading system now.
Could I also ask, Mr. Trammell and I talked, and just for the board's knowledge, he does have a lengthy presentation. I begged him to keep it to under 45 minutes, and he said if no one stops him, he will. So if you could just write your questions down as we go, and we'll hit them after.
Right.
Well, I mean, we'll
Sure.
nicely present them accurately and clearly and
Okay.
quickly after. Then we can keep this moving.
We ready to roll?
Yeah.
So first things first, bottom of the first, 0-0. Red Sox are batting. I will try to keep you updated as we go. You're welcome. So for those folks in the audience, and for folks who will be eventually watching on video, my name is Michael Trammell, Director of Academics, Professional Learning, and Student Affairs in the Sanborn Regional School District. I'm here tonight representing the district to discuss the grading system that has evolved in the district over the course of the last 9 years. I will say, though, that I'm just a representative, even though I've been here through all phases of the redesign of our system, not just grading, but movement from a traditional system to a competency-based system, that the work that's been done has been the work completed by untold numbers of administrators and teachers. Some of our teachers are in the audience this evening, available for teacher-based questions if the need arises. Also, the work of students and parents. So some of the things that maybe folks in the audience don't know is that in the early stages, particularly as we were developing the system, parents gave us a lot of feedback. So one of the questions that arose earlier from the gentleman from Newton is why there are two different grades at the elementary versus middle and high school. That actually came about as a result of parent requests because parents were unsure about some of the language we had in our original grading scale. So we've been very responsive to working with our community members, and the work that I'm presenting tonight really is the work of a decade's worth of labor for all of our educators in the district. So first and foremost, hopefully through tonight's presentation, there are 4 goals that I would like to get to. First of all, hopefully folks will have an understanding about the rules that govern our implementation of competency-based learning in our district. There actually is a state law. There are minimum approval standards. As Mr. Stack, he stole my thunder a little bit. I'm actually going to talk about what those individual regulations say and why we do what we do. I also want folks to understand that the system that we developed to implement competency-based learning, I want you to understand that there are a lot of components to that system, but they're all interrelated. They work together as a system. I want to talk a little bit about the shortcomings of traditional models, and I want to talk about the system that we've built and how we've addressed some of those shortcomings. Hopefully, I will address the questions that many of you might ask. For some reason, my clicker's not working here. Okay, so I want to go back. So I have the unenviable task of condensing. Got it. Unenviable task of condensing 12 years worth of history into now 45 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose.
Okay, you can have 47 and a half.
20. So, first off, 2006, there is a movement by the New Hampshire School Board. So just like there is a school board for SAU 17, there is a school board that governs school systems at the state level. At that school board, later became law and regulations. We have ED 306.4, 306.27. That technical advisory describes what I've condensed for you here. That law said that by the beginning of the 2008-2009 school year, high schools must award credit based on the attainment or mastery of competencies. Limited it only to high schools at the time. Previous to that, schools were allowed to award credits either based on competency and attainment of competency or on seat time. So a traditional school that you might have gone to when, if you were my age, where you went through a course over a period of time, whether it was a semester or a year, usually there were a certain number of instructional hours that were required, and you have a passing grade at the end of that seat time. Seat time is no longer an acceptable means for high schools to award credits any longer. The only way that we can award credits are on the demonstration of mastery or competency. Now, that original law, 2006, was later, so as you can imagine, that law comes out and there's a flurry of movement in the state. Educators are now having to grapple with what does this mean for our system. Fortunate for us in the Sanborn District, we started the transformation process immediately. What does this mean? How will we track student learning? What does it mean for attainment of credits? What will it look for a transcript? How will this impact things like college acceptance and all these other things? The situation changed slightly in 2014, because in 2014, there was an amendment to the regulations that stated, essentially, that it's no longer just high schools, but K through 12 must be using mastery of competencies to determine the level of student learning, right? So now the system is required K through 12. Now, Mr. Stack mentioned minimum approval standards. So these regulations are also written in the minimum approval standards. And for those of you who are not aware of what that means, many of you know that our schools in the district are accredited. We are members of the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, and that means on an every 10-year basis, a decennial basis, there is a complex and complete review of our system. And we either get accreditation or we get recommendations. What most of you don't know is a similar model emanates from the state on an every 3-year basis. So every 3 years, we must prove to the state that we are meeting the minimum standards for school approval at each of our grade levels, elementary, middle, and high school. In order to be compliant with the state regulations, we must be competency-based. So what does that mean? How must we approach education differently, knowing that we must be competency-based? The first thing I want to address is the fact that New Hampshire is not alone in this transformation. This is a map, which you can go online. It's updated daily by an organization called INACOL. And the map shows state-level rules and regulations governing competency-based education. Those schools in orange, and you can see Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont are in orange there. Those are considered advanced states. Those are states that have policy that require competency-based education. You can see there's a foothold in New England, also in the mid-Atlantic, and in some states in the West. The schools in green, are schools that are moving. They're called developing. These are states that have regulations that promote competency-based education, but they may not have state-level law or district policy requirements governing the movement toward competency-based education. You can see there are a lot of green states there. California and some others, when I post this online, you'll see a little better. There are some states that have crosshatches. So there's California, Mississippi, Georgia, West Virginia, Wisconsin. These are states that are considered innovative lab network states. So they are actively promoting not only competency-based education, but personalized learning, which is a little bit of a twist on competency-based ed. So let's talk a little bit about how all the components of competency-based education fit together, because grading is one component. But over the course of our decade of work together, we've come to understand that there are about 31 elements that we have to consider in the system. How do I know there are 31? Because we haven't yet had a question that has arisen that we haven't been able to address by looking at one of these 31 design elements, okay? So we're going to talk a little bit about that. What I want you to gather from this is that the system is an interconnected system. You can't talk about grading without talking about assessment. You can't talk about assessment without talking about intervention. You can't talk about intervention without talking about bell schedules. So what in a moment, I'm going to give you a graphic that we've created. This graphic, folks have asked for a long time, what's the roadmap? What do we do first? What do we do second? What do we do third? If we're moving from a traditional system to a competency-based system. I want you to think of those different colors. Up in the upper left-hand corner, on my screen it's orange. Over there it looks a little bit like red. We have all of the philosophical elements that you might have to consider. Grading philosophy is up there. Hiring practices, for example. You say, well, how are hiring practices connected with the competency-based system? Well, I will tell you that over the last 9 years, we've had to significantly change what we're looking for in applicants when we hire new teachers. Teachers are not necessarily being trained in a competency-based system, but yet we're expecting them to come in with this advanced level of teachership. Right? So it influences all of our philosophical conversations around everything, including hiring. In the upper right-hand corner, we have structural considerations, bell schedule, intervention. In the lower right-hand corner, leadership and decision-making types of things. And in the lower right-hand corner, this is the part that really touches upon the life of teachers. These are the teaching practices, things like assessment, development of rubrics, curriculum, instructional practices. These are the practices involved. What we're going to do is very quickly talk about how this landscape is an interconnected system. And I'm going to try to move through some of these. They will be posted on the website. The landscape as a whole, I want you to think of it like a spider's web or a food chain. So if you think about a spider's web, every one of those silk strands works as part of a system. If you're the unlucky insect that lands on this strand, there are going to be reverberations and vibrations throughout that entire spider web because it operates as a system. There are anchor strands, strands that are more important than others, that if they don't exist, the system doesn't work. If this anchor is not working and the system is flapping in the wind, an insect could land on that and it wouldn't matter. The spider won't know, right? It operates as a complex system. This is a food web I took out of a 4th grade science class textbook. All of these individual animals, right, are interdependent upon each other. The smallest animal in the system is blown up so you can see it. It's krill. If any one of these disappears from the food chain, the whole system could collapse. So it's interconnected. It all works together. That's a critical component. So you say, well, Michael, how does that map? How does that landscape map with all those 31 elements? How is that like a spider's web? Or how is it like the complex food web? If you we're going to take a look at one little component here, assessment. And I've blown it up here so you can see. Assessment, formative, summative, performance. For educators, those words mean something to us. If, for example, we are starting off, like we did in 2009, rebuilding our system to become competency-based, required by law, required by minimum approval standards, how do you go about doing that? Well, the way we went about it was we didn't have money in professional development. You know, Mr. Ambrose talks last year a lot about the fact that we've done a lot with very little. You know, we didn't have any money for professional development. We couldn't bring experts in to teach us this stuff. So we did what teachers do. We read. We did all of the research ourselves. And we're going to talk a little bit about what the research says and what we've done. In order to answer, you know, how are we going to design an assessment system for competency-based learning, we literally sat down and we had a brainstorming session. And we said, what are all of the questions that we have to answer? Now, I'm not going to read these to you, but I'm going to tell you, I'll read a couple. There are 28 questions here that we have to answer in order to build a competency-based assessment model. What types of assessment are being used in my school today? You can't really go about redesigning a system until you know exactly what the system is like today. So we actually took an inventory, and we said to all of our teachers, please report to us the types of assessments, and please give us examples and samples of student work, and we collected all of that data. So we knew what our teachers were using for assessment, we knew what their skill set was, we knew areas that we might have to develop. That was something we had to research. Where do traditional tests excel, and how do they fit into our assessment system? Where do standardized tests excel? I'm just going to scroll through some of these. What is depth of knowledge? The gentleman from Newton asked a question about what is the difference between analyze and synthesis, right? That's really what we refer to as depth of knowledge, and I'm going to address that depth of knowledge kind of question in my presentation. What are rigor matrices? I'm going to show you what a rigor matrix is that our teachers would utilize in an English language arts classroom to design a performance assessment that measures competency. I'll just keep scrolling. What strategies will our schools utilize to make certain that our performance assessments are high quality? When we talk about a task that measures competency, it must be of high quality. It has to be vetted. First of all, it has to be valid. Valid means the assessment measures what you think it measures. It has to be reliable. I should be able to give that assessment in Miss Mosley's classroom and receive similar results to if I gave that same assessment in Miss Wolf's classroom, right? It has to be reliable. It has to be usable in multiple locations. It has to be comparable. The outcomes must be able to be compared. If something's truly, if Miss Mosley is making a determination that a student is competent in one particular strand, that same result should happen if the student took the assessment in Miss Wolf's classroom. We should be able to compare results on assessments. And lastly, there must be equity. We can't disadvantage some students by the way that we build our assessments. And I could go on at length about what I saw prior to our movement in the building of assessments, where teachers were unknowingly getting data that was biased based on the types of questions that were being asked. We just didn't think about it at the time. It's not like anybody was trying to be biased. How will our school assure a high degree of consistency in scoring so that a student that receives a 2 in one classroom would receive a 2 if they were given that same assessment by another teacher? Where do we start first? Rubrics, performance assessments? How are instruction and assessment connected in a competency-based system? Should we allow students to reassess if they don't demonstrate mastery or proficiency on the first try? Should we expect students to reassess? Those are two different questions. One is, are you going to give the kids the opportunity? And the other is, must you demand it from students because you are not going to allow them to move on in the curriculum until they showed mastery of all of the steps prior. So when we get through our research, we had 28 questions that we had to answer. So I'm going to give a quick demonstration now. We're going back to our landscape map. You know that there are 31 elements here, and we're starting off with the box here called assessment. If we were going to do a little test, and we were going to draw a connecting line between, let's say I gave one of the questions says, what are we going to do for students who don't demonstrate competency? Well, first off, I have to have a reporting mechanism. So I have to measure competency and report it somewhere that I can compare scores. So I'm going to draw a line from assessment to this box that says reporting. I may also say, well, kids that don't demonstrate competency are going to need some kind of reteaching or enrichment, so I'm going to draw a box to intervention. And what we find as we answer those 28 questions and we start with assessment, that assessment box is literally linked to every single other component in the system. So the reason why I can say with reasonable assuredness that there are 31 components to the model that we've built, we haven't yet had a question that hasn't somehow been able to be linked to one of these other 31 issues. There may come a point when we add something to our system, like for example, we've just designed what we refer to as a profile of a graduate that identifies the indicators of college student success. As we implement that, we may find that there's something that has to be added to our system, whether it's a tracking mechanism or some sort of program that we're going to implement. But to date, over the course of the last decade, all of the questions about assessment have been linked to one of these other boxes. So what I would like you to see is we're starting to develop the model that this is a system. If we looked at grading or grading philosophy, and I turn this over to you as an audience, and I know this because I've done this with other schools and other districts, if I said to you, write down all of your questions that you need to know about grading, we would come up with between 30 and 35, maybe 40 questions about how is grading going to be tackled in a competency-based system. And when I do this with groups, I usually start by giving them a few teasers, things to get them thinking. So you might ask, how will late work be graded in this system? What types of grading categories will we use? Is there a maximum grade that can be earned on a reassessment? What is the purpose of grading? That's a big one. You want to see teachers argue? Ask that question. So if we were going to then attack every one of those 35 or so some odd questions that you would have about grading, you would be able to connect the grading box to all 31 of these, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is that when you're talking about grading, you have to consider the whole system. It's integrated. Now, let's talk a little bit about historical timeline. I mentioned 2006. The law is passed that says that by 2008. Now, to be fair, most school districts did not know where to start. We were fortunate enough in this district that around the time that the law came to fruition, there were some funds available. They were the ARA funds. The federal government gave the Recovery Act funds to try to stimulate the economy. And the school district received $120,000 in ARA funds that we had to target toward, there was a proposal that we made. And the proposal that we made was that we were trying to purchase, because we knew that we could never do this with district funds, it would be cost prohibitive. We purchased a grading software system that would track competency over time, right? It's really hard to track competency, which is not a traditional system, when all you have at your disposal is a traditional grading tool. So we purchased a software system. We actually helped to develop the software system to help track. That was around 2008. So this process has been, since 2008 up until now, at least a decade-long process. I'm not going to go through every one of the things, but in the presentation I'm going to post, there's a link here, and you click that link. There is a timeline, and it's very small, but online you can see it if you're looking at your computer. Essentially what this is, it tells all the viewers, this is the year 2008, 2009, 2009, 2010, 11, 12, 12, 13, and as you scroll down, we have 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16. And it has all of the things that we've done around grading and reporting in a historical perspective. So you can see how we phase this in. The point that I'm trying to make with this historical timeline is that not only is there a system that's at play, but the system is part of a historical movement that the district has made from having a very traditional system to a system based on competency-based education. The 1 year that's missing from that chart is 2017, 2018. Many of the board members here will recognize these topics. These are the main things that we did last year that we focused on. Defensive learning and student exhibitions. So I've presented a number of occasions on how student exhibitions fit into our system of competency-based learning. For the audience, what we will say is that the district is moving through a K through 12 implementation of student exhibitions where they defend their competency at all grade levels. It may look different, age appropriate. At the elementary school, it might be a student-led conference where the student takes responsibility for the traditional parent-teacher conference. Instead of the teacher being the center of focus, it's the student who's the center of focus and the student is explaining their learning. It might look different in the upper elementary and the middle school and the high school. The high school, for example, may have a system in place where the students upon graduation have to demonstrate competency in a high-stakes environment. Like when I got my master's degree, I had to meet in front of a panel and they questioned me about my learning. So we've spent a lot of time last year. There are a number of teachers in the audience who are participating in that student exhibition learning experience. It continues into this year. We spent an entire year looking at defining what college and career readiness is. This was a huge task. It required a lot of research into what is the data telling us that kids need to have in order to be successful in college. We are aligning our deeper learning competencies, our work study practice competencies with the state model, where we have a group of teachers who are experimenting with a multi-year progression of learning where you might have kids in a classroom working on first grade standards, but some of those kids that are advanced might also be working on second and third grade standards, right? This move when ready type mentality that really pushes learning and addresses rigor. And we've also been constructing, and Dr. Conan is here from the math department, what has been really a 4-year process of redesigning our math into an integrated math model first. So we have Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, which combines Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and some statistics into a system where, like in that elementary model where kids can move when ready, we're approaching that and working on that same model at the high school. So a student might actually start Math 1 in September, but if that student is high achieving and moves quickly, they might in February actually complete Math 1 and begin Math 2 in the same classroom. So this idea of really pushing students to move when they're ready. So I want to talk now, so you have a little bit of a history of the law and a little bit of the history of how we've implemented that you can look at a later date. Let's talk a little bit about, first off, remembering that there's a system in play and that there's a plan and historical perspective to consider. I want to take a look at what we faced when we started to implement competency-based grading. So now I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Instead of talking in general about competency-based education, I'm going to start to go a little more deeply into grading and the challenges that we faced with a traditional grading system and trying to make that competency-based. And the two are like oil and water. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So the first teaching point is that what we discovered, and many of the experts around the country have discovered, and actually across the world now, because this movement is actually an international movement to redesign the way that we teach our kids and the way that we assess their learning. The first thing that we discovered is that the traditional grading system is inaccurate and inadequate to determine competency. I'm going to explain that. The whole rest of my conversation with you is going to be talking about how it is inaccurate and how it is inadequate and how the system that we've built is different. So I had a question by a board member who said, why can't we just undo what we've done and go back to a traditional letter grade system? The first response to that is, I've only been here 9 years. Mr. Stack's been here 13. Miss Mosley? Don't tell. I won't tell. I don't ever recall in any documentation that I've ever seen that we've ever had a letter grade system. We just haven't had letter grades. They've been number grades, percent 0 to 100. But just for purposes of illustrating, some of you may have gone to schools that had letter grades. On the left-hand side is what might be a typical scale. So if you got an A+, that's usually 97% or higher. So when I came here, so first of all, on this scale, 60% is the minimum passing grade, right? And below that, we have 59 degrees of failure, or what Doug Reeves, an educational researcher and author, calls 59 degrees of aptitude. His point with that is you don't really need to have 59 degrees of failure. Is 59 failing, but 49 is really failing, and 39 is really, really failing? The point is the kid has not mastered the work. He doesn't know it, or she doesn't know it. So prior to our conversion to this 4-point scale, which I'm going to talk about, at SAU 17, the actual passing grade was 65%, not 60 that you see on this typical scale. So you have to ask yourself in the traditional system, and there are folks here I'm recognizing who work in school districts that have the 100% scale. Many of us as educators, myself included, worked in the system that had the 100% scale. So the things that I'm saying to the educators in the room, you're going to be going, yep, that's how it works. For those of you in the audience who don't know how the grading system worked in a traditional system, I'm going to try to unveil some of the weaknesses of the system. So in a traditional system, it's what we refer to as a points accumulation system. You're going to understand that a little more in a minute. It's the student's job to earn as many points as possible, right? And there are always formulas involved. I'm going to talk a little bit about those formulas. Sometimes the formulas used to calculate a student's grade is completely dependent upon which teacher they were given, right? So we're going to talk about what that means. Here's an example of a variety of teachers who existed here in the district in 2009. These are not fictitious, right? So in teacher A's classroom, that teacher in the traditional model said, at the end of the year, I can tell you students that your grade is going to be calculated with the following formula. Tests are going to be worth 30% of your overall grade, quizzes are going to be worth 20%, homework is going to be worth 30%, and participation in class is going to be worth 20%. Any of you guys in the audience, does that seem familiar? Lots of heads nodding. Okay. Teacher B, teaching exactly the same course in the room right next door to teacher A, calculates their grades differently. That teacher also gives projects in the class. The other teacher didn't like projects so much. Teacher B has a lot of projects. In fact, weights projects at 25%. So you might have had teacher A for your social studies class, and at the end of the year, your learning was assessed completely differently than teacher B because the formulas were different. And teacher C, as you can see, was even more so. So potential problems with that variability. Now the variability that I'm talking about is not just at Sanborn. You could literally walk into almost any school that uses a traditional system, and this is exactly what you would find. You would find variability from classroom to classroom, teacher to teacher, and they calculate their grades differently. Now, what are some of the problems caused by variability? Well, first of all, there's a high degree of variability not only in the grading, but the final outcome for students. How they're being assessed and how that's being reported to colleges. You could have two kids who know exactly the same amount of knowledge and apply it in exactly the same way and having two completely different grades. It's very difficult when you have a system like that to compare scores across students, so little Johnny to little Susie, or across teachers. So we always talk about teacher performance, and we want to, and there's a lot of discussion, out in the country about using teacher performance as a means to determine teacher pay. I'll tell you right now, until this is addressed, you should never do that, because the outcomes that students face are completely different based on the teachers, and you can't really rely on the grading when there's that much variability. It also causes a huge problem for us to try to create a set point for what is mastery or competency or proficiency. When you have such variability in the system, where do you set the target for competency? So another issue of variability in the system is that most traditional systems use what I call parking lots. You know these as quarter-based systems. So in your school, when you were a kid, you might have had quarter one and a grade in quarter one, a grade in quarter two. Some of you might have had a midterm exam. You might have had a quarter three grade, a quarter four grade, and a final exam. And each of those points that you earned were housed in a parking lot somewhere. At the end of quarter one, the points that you earned were parked somewhere, and we didn't look at them until the end of the year when we added them all together and came up with this mysterious average. So I want to talk about that parking lot system for a minute. Now, in almost every school that has a quarter-based system across the country, almost with complete uniformity, this is the model they use for computing their overall course grade. 4 schools that have quarter one, I see you shaking your head. Does that look familiar? Okay, so in your school or your experience or the school you work in, this is what it is. So quarter one is worth 20% of your overall course grade. Quarter two, 20%, et cetera. So as we go through the year, here's how that parking lot system works. Quarter one, 20% of your overall course grade. At the end of quarter one, if your average for quarter one was 80%, we're going to take 0.8, multiply it there, and we're going to come out with 16 points. Those 16 points are going to be added somewhere off in the parking lot and stored for another 7 months till the end of the year. We're not going to look at them. We're not going to do anything with them. Quarter two, if my average in quarter two was 77, I'm going to do some basic multiplication. I'm going to house 15.4 points off in quarter two parking lot. I'm not going to look at them till the end of the year. And what ends up happening is at the end of the year, I add these points together and I come up with the overall grade. That's how the system works. Now, why is that a problem? You have the illusion of specificity. 81.2 seems so specific. I should be able to tell you exactly how those 81.2 points were accumulated. The reality is they could have been accumulated in any number of fashions. They could be linked to any types of learning. And in fact, I could have 2 kids. Question is, if you have 3 students who've all accumulated 81 points, like I just gave you the example, in a biology class, are there assumptions that I can make about their learning? The answer to that question is no, unless the student had exactly the same teacher or had participated in exactly the same assessments, got exactly the same questions incorrect or correct in those assessments, had the same behavioral grades calculated, and had their points parsed out using exactly the same distribution formula. I can't compare the 3 kids. So a college is looking at students in a biology grade of 81, and that biology grade could have been, those 81 points could have been amassed in any number of possible fashions. So we have a problem. Now, I want to tell you that in most systems, the problem is compounded by what we refer to as participation grades or extra credit points or behavior grades. The gentleman from Newton who asked the question about how are we assessing creativity in a math class, and why does creativity have anything to do with math? The answer is we don't. Yes, we do assess both. They are maintained separately. Those 2 scores never intermix. We think they're both important, and we report them both to colleges. But the behavior type activities, communication, collaboration, creativity, and self-direction, those things never commingle with the academic score. Colleges love that. They want to see a report on that, but they don't want to see the academic scores tainted by those things. So in any system where you have behavior grades, and I'm going to give you some examples of what I mean by behavior grades. I can tell you that have looked at teachers' grade books for 20 years as an administrator. One of the most common things you would see in a traditional system, you open up a grade book at the first week of the year, and there's a grade, almost always exclusively, Mr. Stack is smiling because he knows what I'm going to say, where the teacher has given the student a quiz grade, given them 100 on a quiz grade for getting their syllabus signed. So the teacher said, here's my course syllabus, you bring it home to your parents. If you bring it in signed to me, I'm going to give you a quiz grade. What have I done? I have now tainted...
Calling me out because I actually had to sign this last week.
Right.
This is a real life story.
So what I've just done, if I've given students points in my biology class, let's say, for bringing in their course syllabus, that bringing in the course syllabus is a behavior grade. It has nothing to do with whether or not a student can perform in a biology class. I have now tainted that grade. So that's a very big problem because there is a lot of fudge factor in a traditional system. In every one of these examples I gave you, and I will tell you, teachers feel very strongly that class participation is important. They will all tell you that. We still value class participation in the competency-based system. We just separate it out and we don't let it taint the academic grade. But there is 20 points of what I call fudge factor here. What does participation mean? If you ask 10 teachers, you'd get 10 different answers. One teacher might say, for me, perfect participation is the student comes to class on time every day with a notebook and material to write, and they raise their hand to ask questions frequently. They participate in the exchange. And they do things like when we do canned good drives at Thanksgiving, they bring in canned good drives. That's what participation is. Now, teachers also know that participation is a little bit of a fudge factor. So if I see little Johnny struggling academically, but is really trying hard, I might increase his participation grade a little bit, right? So when we have these behavior grades added into our system, one of the things we worry about is grade inflation, right? So are our grades really truly reporting academic performance, or do they include things that really have nothing to do with academic performance? And I'm going to talk a little bit about inflation of grades. So I'm going to ask a question. Have you ever heard of the Sanborn A? Anybody in the audience ever heard that term? Some hands are going up. Now, to be fair, there is a version of the Sanborn A in every community. There are people in Exeter who say that there is an Exeter A. There are people in Raymond who say that there is a Raymond A. Here's the gist of what we mean by the Sanborn A. There was a perception in this district that there were students who were going through their 4 years of school and getting straight A's. They were showing up on the honor roll. They were getting distinction at time for their diplomas. And they were earning these A's and yet not being prepared for college. They were going to college and struggling. So the question is, wrong direction. How do students get, how would students be earning points in a traditional system? I want to remind folks that the student's job in a traditional system is to earn points, right? That's their job. Earn points so I can park them off in the parking lot called quarter one, earn points so I can park them off in the parking lot called quarter two, and et cetera. Now, in this model I'm showing you, here's the problem with this model, this traditional grading system. Only 35% of the work that's being graded is probably being done in front of the teacher, right? So I'm going to require tests and quizzes to be done in front of me, but I'm not requiring homework to be done in front of me. I'm probably not requiring projects, and if I assign an essay, I'm going to expect you're going to write that at home. I might start it with you in class. So we have 65% of the points that are being earned that are either unmonitored or their fudge factor, participation grade. That's a huge problem. Additionally, in this system, there are probably other things that are tainting our grade, like extra credit and behavior grades. And additionally, what we've learned, in this system, tests have, and quizzes have a major priority, right? There's a problem with tests and quizzes. They measure a very low depth of knowledge. They measure recall, and they measure some minor explanation. The gentleman from Newton asked, he mentioned analysis and synthesis. He's referring to rigor. We're going to talk about rigor. And one thing you should know about traditional tests and quizzes, they usually operate with very low rigor. And we're going to talk about what's the difference between difficulty and rigor. So what was my reaction when I came to the district from another district and I heard about the Sanborn A? And I worked with teachers on teams, and I saw how hard they were working. I was furious. I thought, this is insulting. There's almost an insinuation that teachers are giving away grades, right? That's my gut reaction. I was furious. Now, again, remembering what the student's job is, we have to ask ourselves, did the Sanborn A exist? The gentleman asked for a grade distribution. I don't have the grade distribution for this year. We haven't amassed grades yet. But I can show you what I would refer to as the perfect storm. Perfect storm was 2013. So for the teachers that are in the audience will remember, and for parents, Mrs. Mahoney, you may recall this. We phased many of, and Mrs. Gluck, shake it. We phased many of these new changes in so that they wouldn't negatively impact kids. So if you experienced something in your freshman year, that change rolled up with you to your sophomore year and became your experience. So we had a perfect storm in 2013 because in the year 2013, we were in the second year of our roll-up at the high school level, which meant that roughly half of our student body was being assessed in the traditional model and half of our student body was being assessed in the new model, rubric-based, against student exemplars, anchor papers in these rubrics, 4-point scale. And I have to confess that what we found was we had a Sanborn A. On the left is a chart that shows the grade distribution in 2013 when we had half of the student body on the traditional system, and that big line that goes all the way up, those are the number of kids that earned A's. And you can see very few earned B's, C's, and D's. We had a lot of A's. Now, the other half of the student body that was being assessed at a much more rigorous level, right? A bell curve. Few kids at the top, a lot of kids in the middle, and a few kids that were struggling. So, we had to ask ourselves, what's going on? I know that teachers are not giving away grades, so what we did is an analysis, and we looked at grade books, and we said, what types of assessments are being used in these classes? And here's what we discovered. Almost universally, teachers that were utilizing the traditional grading system were relying heavily on traditional assessments, like paper and pencil tests, for which there is a correct answer and an incorrect answer, right? These assessments measure a depth of knowledge. We're going to talk about this, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 and level 2 is basic recall. You memorized something, or you had some minor type of explanation that you had to do. These assessments, generally speaking, you can cram for. We've all done it. You cram for it, you study for it, you go to the test the next day, you take the test and you ace it, and if I gave you that same test 3 months from now, you'd fail it because you didn't actually learn it. You tried to memorize it for the test. So they were not learning to a level where it could be applied to an actual real-world problem, replicated or transferred, right? So that's what we found, that there was a problem with our assessment system. What we found conversely is the teachers who were teaching those rubric-based, 4-point scale classes were relying more heavily on what we refer to as performance assessments. Now, I don't want to get too deeply into performance assessments, but they're complex problems that ask students to transfer knowledge from one discipline to another, solve a real-world problem, and go to a depth of knowledge level 3 or 4. Very rigorous, okay? So that's what we found was happening in the classrooms with the 4-point rubric scale. The assessments were more rigorous. So I will put this online so you can see. I'm going to show you, the gentleman from Newton asked the question about analysis and synthesis. I'm going to show you a document by Dr. Karen Hess, who's a Vermont educator. She's actually a psychometrician. Her whole life is assessment. And Dr. Hess has taken 2 models that, as educators, we're all familiar with, Bloom's taxonomy and Webb's depth of knowledge, and she's created what are now internationally known as Hess's rigor matrices. And this is a sample of a rigor matrix. And this is an English language arts class. I know that because ELA is up here. we have depth of knowledge 1, depth of knowledge 2, depth of knowledge 3, and depth of knowledge 4. As the gentleman from Newton said, we expect kids at the competency-based system to be operating down here. This is where kids analyze complex problems. Synthesize just generally means I can take information from different domains, put it together, and assemble new meaning. Solve complex problems that I may not have been given, but I'm able to draw upon all of my knowledge and gather that information and apply it in a novel way. These Hess rigor matrices are used on a daily basis by our educators when they're building rubrics for assessments for which that they're assessing competency. We believe strongly that you cannot make a determination of competency unless students are operating at this depth of knowledge, very complex types of learning. So that's an example of a Hess rigor matrix. If you want to learn more, there are Hess rigor matrices for all grade levels in virtually all subject areas, and our teachers use these as a reference on a daily basis. Now, just a comment about rigor and what rigor means, because oftentimes people equate rigor to difficulty. Those two things are vastly different. Example, if you were in a biology class, and let's say it's something more complex than biology, anatomy and physiology course at the high school, and you're studying the Krebs cycle, the energy cycle in cells and in bodies. If I said to you, I'm going to give you 10 very complex words, vocabulary words tonight from the Krebs cycle in my anatomy and physiology class, and tomorrow we're going to have a quiz on those 10 vocabulary words, right? A different group of kids, I said, I'm going to give you 30 vocabulary words from the Krebs cycle, these very complex science-based vocabulary words, and you're going to have a quiz on those tomorrow. If I asked you which one was more rigorous, many in the audience might say, if the group that you gave 30 to, and I would say they're exactly the same. They rely on exactly the same skill set. One, it might be more difficult. It's more difficult to memorize 30 words than 10, but the memorization and learning the vocabulary calls upon exactly the same skill set. Now, if I said to one group, you're going to learn these 10 words, in the other group, I say, you're going to learn these 10 words, and you're going to learn to use them appropriately, and I expect to see those words used appropriately in your lab report tomorrow. That is more complex. I must be able to take the data from my lab report, synthesize the data, create a conclusion, and appropriately use those vocabulary words. That's more complex. That's a deeper depth of knowledge. That makes sense? Difficulty is not the same as rigor. Okay, so I'm going to transition to the next part of the presentations, but I couldn't resist this quote from 1976 talking about a traditional grading system by Dr. Paul Dressel. He defined grading this way for a traditional system. It's defined as an inadequate report of an inaccurate judgment by a biased and variable judge of the extent to which a student has attained an undefined level of mastery of an unknown proportion of an indefinite material. What does that mean? It's like nailing Jell-O to the wall. So how have we tried to solve that? When we set out in 2009 to build a competency-based system, we set out to address the problems that were inherent in a traditional grading system. And we looked at every possible problem and tried to create a solution. Now, how did we create that solution? This talks about national experts. One of the things that we did, because we were out ahead of the curve a little bit and really jumped in with both feet, we connected with people from all across the country. I'm going to use a name in a moment of Dr. Ken O'Connor, who's a Canadian educator, who actually volunteered to look at our grading practices and give us feedback on them before we implemented them. So we called him in Toronto and said, could you look at these materials for us? Because we're doing this transformation and we need an outside set of eyes, right? And we'd like it to be university people who've done this research to tell us what we're doing. So the very first thing you should know is when we tried to address the issues is we researched every one of those 31 components to the system, and we said, what do we need to know about grading? And we read everything we could read. We bought books for our teachers. We developed study groups and book clubs, and we set reading schedules, and we set meeting schedules, and we sat down K through 12 and we looked at what the research was telling us. Together, as a faculty, over the years, we've probably read a dozen or more books together, so we built our understanding from within. So how did that look? Well, a lot of research. Here are just a few of the names of the authors, educational experts, people who've done research that we have read. I mentioned Ken O'Connor because, as I mentioned, we used him as a resource to vet all of the changes that we were making to say, is this what the literature is telling you are best practices? He actually gave us some really good feedback, and we made some changes based on that. I'm going to talk about, so there are two names in red, and I put the names in red for a reason. I'm going to just show you, this is Ken O'Connor, just an overview of, he synthesized one of his pieces of writing into 15 steps that school districts should undertake in order to fix the system in the country with broken traditional grading system. All of these issues we've tried to address in our system. I won't read those to you, but I will let you look at that when I post it on the website. It's there as an active link. Tom Guskey is also a name in red. I put Tom Guskey there because he is considered to be the preeminent expert in the country around grading and grading practices. He speaks all over the world about grading practices and how to really get to the heart of learning and using grades to do that. I've uploaded a link for you if you want to look at it later of some of his work, grading and reporting. The link will take you, first of all, Dr. Guskey is from the University of Kentucky. The reason why I say he's one of the world's preeminent experts is they have a task force, a group at the University of Kentucky called the Center for Innovation in Education, and all they do is study and research education practices, right? So he works there. So you'll see a link with Dr. Guskey, some of his writings, and he's written about report cards and transcripts and how to address struggling learners. There are actually some of the books that he's written, copies of slides that he's presented. I tried to make it as comprehensive as I could so that you could see that the material and things that we've done are really deeply researched, and there's a lot of literature that you could read. There are some journal articles that he's written around class rank, other things. So again, just a reference for you. If you'd like to do some reading at your leisure, please feel free to do that. So one of the things that you should know is as we started to build our system, one of the things we were most concerned with is all the variability that existed in the system. And it wasn't just teacher to teacher, classroom to classroom. There was an incredible amount of variability between the buildings, elementary and middle and high. And so one of the things that we've done is tried to alleviate the variability so that as kids move through the system, we are reporting consistently on their progress through the curriculum. So there are links here if you want to see what the grading practices are. In a nutshell, the grading practices started at the high school primarily because the high school does something. And the gentleman from Newton asked the question, why are there different grading scales at the elementary level and the high school level? The answer to that question is elementary does not give overall course grades. At the end of the year, there's no final grade. We report only on the student's proficiency on the standards, okay, at the elementary. The high school is a different beast. At the high school, we are required to award credits based on mastery. So in order to attain those credits, our scale looks a little different. We have to have an overall course grade, right? At least in the system we have now where we compute grade point average and class rank. If we ever were to move away from those two things, which I don't ever see us doing, we could look at that. There is a link here for each of the grading practices. So if you want to know what the grading practices are at the elementary school, they're basically the high school grading practices made age appropriate for the elementary. So if you look at this, you're going to see the same definition of what we call a formative assessment. What's the purpose of, grades? What are grading procedures that students are expected to take? How they give academic scores, how they give work study practice scores. You might see some differences between the documents because, for example, at the elementary level, the work study practices they use are called CARES. Those CARES come from a program that we implement in our elementary schools called the responsive classroom, right? So at the elementary, we call them CARES. At the high school, we call them work study practices. But there is a tremendous amount of consistency. The documents are all essentially the same. If you look at the high school, you're going to see the grading practices almost exactly the same. We have the types of grades that we use, and you can look at those at your leisure. The general point is there's no variability now between the buildings, and teacher to teacher, we use exactly the same reporting system. So what are some of those other types of variability that we've removed? All teachers now in our system, pre-K through 12, use a mixture of different types of assessments. Where before we relied more heavily on traditional paper and pencil tests, now we use a variety of assessments, including really deep and rich performance assessments, right? And for those of you who've been around long enough, know that we participate in the national program called PACE, Performance Assessments of Competency Education, a program that's been awarded lots of praise by the U.S. Department of Education. It's a statewide initiative in which we participate. Performance assessments for competency education, we've received a tremendous amount of professional development on how to build very high quality performance assessments, which have then bled out throughout our entire school district. Also, removing variability from the system. All of our teachers use the same sort of weighting. Summative assessments that are linked to competencies and standards account for almost the entire weight of a student's grade, 90%. We do allow students to give up to 10% of their overall course grade in what we refer to as formative assessments, which, as a layperson, you should think of as practice, right? We think of the summative assessment as the game, right? And the formative assessment is the practice. You can try out lots of things in practice that you may not actually want to use in the game. It's what happens in the game that's most important. What's the score? And diagnostic is a measure that we use that we don't assign a weight to. The gentleman from Newton asked how, again, how do we use these work-study practice? Another issue that we addressed is we completely removed any of the fudge factor, any of the behavior grades that tainted academic grades. Now they are separately kept completely separate, and in fact, the student scores are housed in two completely different buckets. Those buckets are never mixed, and on the report card, they show up in two separate spots. We're going to talk a little bit about the report cards in a minute. We do assess work-study practice. Essentially, the state model is creativity, collaboration, communication, and self-directed learning. At the elementary school, we map the CARES to those four. We also use the same performance level scales, for example, at the elementary. So if you were to go to the report card, you would see this scale that says exemplary, proficient, in progress, limited proficient, and then there's some override codes that are there. What's important is if you were to look at this definition of what exemplary means, it means the student consistently and independently demonstrates the ability to analyze and synthesize essential content and skills in a novel task or a new task. If you were to break those down, those break down into four components. Those four variables, a student must demonstrate all four variables in order to earn an E. Now, some of those variables you can't demonstrate on one assessment, right? Because consistency is a key component. Consistency requires repeated performance over time. So in order to get a 4, a student must demonstrate a high level of performance on that competency over multiple assessments. They must be able to operate independently. So there are some students who cannot operate independently, and the gentleman from Newton asked, why would you have proficiency set for a student who can't operate independently? So there are some students who can perform the task today with some guidance from the teacher, but we're not ready to say that that student is proficient without that level of independence. That student's proficiency is basic at best, right? So we're not saying the student is proficient. In fact, we're saying if he can't do it with independence, he's not proficient, right? If that student needs guidance from a teacher or an aide, and they need that guidance consistently over time, we would not say that student is proficient. If they can demonstrate it today, that's good, but we would want that student to demonstrate it next week independently as well. And we see that with some of our learners. They might be able to demonstrate it independently today, but if you ask them to demonstrate it a month from now, they might have forgotten the task and would need some guidance. They're not proficient. So if we look at the middle and high school, we see almost exactly the same scale. Exemplary, proficient. The difference is basic, proficient. Why do we have basic when the elementary had a different term? Elementary has in progress. The elementary parents at the time didn't like basic proficiency. They wanted some scale that denoted that the student was making progress. So we changed. At the elementary level, we gave the parents what it was that they felt was most important. Again, the high school level, same 4 variables built into the scale. Now let's talk a little bit about report cards, right? So again, 9 years ago, high degree of variability in what was being reported on report cards. The elementary schools weren't even consistently reporting the same things, and it looked completely different when you moved from elementary to middle and middle to high. So we redrafted our report cards, and the report cards now all have a section that describes what the performance level indicators are. We have a section where the students' academic competency scores are distributed on a 4-point scale. We have a section where the students' CARES or work-study practice achievement is recorded. And we have a section where teachers can make comments. I only put one report card on here because they're all virtually the same. But here's a report card, and what I'm talking about, we have the performance level descriptors. What does an A, what does exemplary mean? We have a section at the top where the CARES or work-study practice scores are. You notice that these are separate from the academic scores. We have the descriptor that describes the academic scores, and then we have the portion of the report card. I want to draw your attention to the fact that this, where it says reading up at the top here, there is a competency called reading. There are different types of reading that we do. For example, we do informational text, we do literary text. In reading at the elementary, they also measure foundational reading skills and word identification and vocabulary. Those are the standards that we report on at the elementary level. Now, the one difference between the middle school and, the high school and elementary is that because students don't have to get credits in the elementary, we don't have a rule about overall course grades and standards. What I can tell you at the high school is that in order to earn credit for any course at the high school, students must demonstrate mastery of every competency and the overall grade must be passing, right? That's a very rigorous task to achieve. Performance on every competency and performance in the overall course grades. Now, oh, I'm going to X out of here, sorry. This is just the second page of the report card. So that gives you a little bit about how we tried to address the variability in report cards in the system that we built. Now let's talk a little bit about rubrics and how we measure student growth and student performance. Rubrics are the heart of our system. You've probably heard and you saw in the report cards, we have a 4-point system now. You heard Mr. Stack mention, and you heard Ms. Gluck mention earlier her daughter applying for college, and the fact that they like our 4-point scale because it looks just like a college 4-point scale. That didn't happen by accident, by the way, right? That was obviously a deliberate move on our part. So what is a rubric? Well, we use these rubrics, these charts, to define the attributes of quality work. We explicitly describe the criteria used to measure performance and performance levels. We define what evidence is going to be sought in the assessment. We establish a baseline for what students must do to be considered proficient or competent. We link assessments to standards and competencies, and we provide feedback to students on how to improve their learning. So that if a student doesn't demonstrate mastery on the first time, we can actually explicitly tell them what skills they must work on to go back and achieve that level of mastery. That's where the intervention program comes in. So here's an example. It's very small. You can look at this at your leisure. This is a grade 4, believe it or not, rubric, and it's from our PACE program. Now, on the left-hand column in a little bit larger size, what you can see is across the top 4, 3, 2, and 1, and across this column are the criteria. In this case, they're state or national standards, and a description of what a student must do in that standard to get a 4, right? Now, here's the catch. In order to get a 4, you have to demonstrate all of these skills. If you get some of the skills, but a 3 in others, you get the 3. This is a very, very rigorous system, okay? Now, there are some folks who believe it's too rigorous, that you got to give kids a little bit of leeway. We say, look, if you're going to fly an aircraft, you better master all the components of flying that aircraft. If you flunk the landing part, it's a big problem, right? So we say you have to demonstrate mastery of all of these in order to get a 4. For us to say you're exemplary, you need to do it all. So in this rubric, we have the criteria clearly listed here in this column. Competency standards are clearly listed in here. Performance level indicators, what it means to get a 4.3201. All expectations are clearly delineated. You must achieve all expectations. And competencies and standard scores are entered into the grade book this way. So if a student gets a 4 on this standard, we report a 4 in this standard. If they got a 2, we report a 2 on this standard. Over time, we can track students' performance on every standard in our grade book. We can pinpoint with complete accuracy what skills kids can do and what skills they can't do, because we track to standards and competencies, not to this variable system of points of accumulation where kids park points off into some parking lot. We are working with a high degree of specificity. So what is a standard report? What it would look like if I go into the grade book. Here's an example. Here's an art class. This is a ceramics class, right? So I chose this because all of these topics that I'm talking about, these are not just for really deep academic topics like, art. Art has its own curriculum and its own academic rigor. So in art, we have this competency called creativity or creating. And there are 4 standards. These standards are national art standards. These aren't standards that we just, magically dreamed up. This in the art world are the competencies that artists use to measure student performance at really deep, meaningful levels. Generating, conceptualizing, and organizing artistic ideas is a standard in our system. In this case, a student over the course of a year earned a 2.6 as an average in that standard. Now, I use average loosely because it may not actually be mathematically an average, but I can talk about that a little bit later. So we can drill down to the exact skill that a student needs to work on. And remember, at the high school, they have to demonstrate, they have to have a passing grade in all of these, right? You can't fail one and pass the course. Very rigorous. Okay, so as I mentioned, in order to pass ceramics, complete all competencies and receive an overall passing grade. We can also go into our system and create a report that's a little bit more complex. I'm going to show it to you just because this is a report that teachers will use with kids. Now, there isn't a lot of data here because I just ran the report. It's early in the year. There's not a lot of assignments in the report. But here's a competency called reading. And under reading, in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 standards, 4 national standards listed under that competency. They are literary reading, informational reading, comprehension. There are 2 different comprehension strategies that we're assessing. And over time, as kids would take assessments that monitor the growth in this, there would be a lot of scores here. What you can see is, in this case, there are only a couple assignments with these scores that have been linked. It's early in the year. If I ran this report at the end of the year, you'd see reports in all of these competencies and all of these standards. That's how we can report with specificity whether or not our kids are mastering what we're teaching. Again, you can look at that a little more in depth at your leisure. Now, I want to recap for you the system that we developed and the types of things that we've tried to address with that other system that had a lot of variability and not much specificity. First of all, our new system is standards and competency based, which meets the standards set forth in law. So when I was asked the question, why are we doing what we're doing? My answer could have been quite simple. It's what the law says we have to do, right? So, but knowing that that's law doesn't mean that it can't be also what's right and best for kids and their learning. So first and foremost, our model meets the standard as outlined in the minimum approval standards by the state of New Hampshire. The model is deeply integrated with all other elements of our system. Hopefully, the beginning part, you saw how it's all integrated. You now know how the grading system is integrated with rubrics and how rubrics are integrated with assessments and how assessments are integrated with intervention. It's a very complex system that we developed to make sure that kids are learning at very deep levels. All components have been research-based and were studied extensively before implementation, not only locally, but we have also partnered with folks from Stanford University, the SCALE project. We're partnered with the Center for Assessment, which is a national leader in psychometrics and assessment out of Dover, New Hampshire. We get a lot of guidance from the New Hampshire Department of Education. As I mentioned, we've reached out to experts all across the country. We've had Linda Darling-Hammond from Stanford University, who's provided professional development. We've had, as I mentioned, Ken O'Connor from Canada, looking at our work. We've had our teachers go to formative assessment training with Dr. Margaret Heritage, who is not only the national but world's foremost expert in the field of formative assessment. We have some teachers who are enrolling in a course that she is teaching, Margaret Heritage. These are deeply researched practices. The variability in the system that existed has largely been eliminated. So now we have a system that meets the highest standards for validity. We know what we're assessing, and what we're assessing is actually the skills that we're supposed to be teaching. It's reliable, the data is comparable, and there's equity built into the system. The student work is measured against national standards and competencies if they exist. Not all fields have nationally adopted standards. Most do. Social studies, English, mathematics, science, all have nationally adopted. Art has nationally adopted standards. World language has nationally adopted standards. That student work is being measured against those standards, rubrics, anchor papers, and exemplars. The district's grading scales and rubrics utilize the same performance level indicators, pre-K through 12. As kids come up through the system, we now have kids coming up into the middle school who are talking in IEP meetings, in guidance department meetings, in parent conferences. They're talking about areas where they're proficient and competent and areas where they are not, and they're talking about their learning for the first time in my 26 years in education. I've never heard kids talking about their learning the way that they're talking about their learning now. Performance assessments and rubrics share common expectations for high quality work, so we now can set standards for depth of knowledge and rigor. We've removed all academic grades away from the behavior grades, and we compute those separately. So when we report academic scores to colleges, we report the pure academic performance that kids are demonstrating, not tainted by other things. Our reporting system allows for the development of clearly articulated performance criteria, so we can actually define what proficiency and competency means. We have no parking lots for points. This is something I didn't mention earlier, but a critical component of our system is we have one grading term. It opens on September 1st, or the first day of school, and closes on June 15th, or whatever the last day of school is. And the reason we do that is, as you remember our definition of what exemplary work is, required consistency over time. If you're parking points in these parking lots and not going back to that learning till the end of the year, you can't possibly track a student's performance consistently over time on those standards. So we have one grading term. It opens on the first day of school and it closes on the last day of school. We do take snapshots and send those home, so parents in the elementary school might receive a report card for trimester 1, trimester 2, trimester 3, but it's all one grading term. We have addressed grade inflation issues. So the Sanborn A no longer exists. We see the typical bell curve in our grading. Our current system mirrors a college 4-point scale, which, by the way, they love. It allows for easy comparison and generation of a grade point average that mirrors the college grade point average. We now have equal distance between each performance level. One of the key problems in a traditional grading system is that a student in a traditional grading 100% scale, if they have one low grade, that one low grade can impact their performance in the class for the entire year. If you have 1 0 in a class, in a traditional system, you must have 9 perfect papers, 9 100s, in order to overcome the damage that was done by that 1 0. And that 0 causes so much damage because there's such a variability between the grading scale levels. In a system like a 4, 3, 2, 1, there's exactly the same distance between a 0 and a 1 and a 2, a 3 and a 4, and a 4 and a 5. We no longer have 59 degrees of aptitude, as Doug Reeve refers to them. We have an incredibly high degree of rigor built into the system. I mentioned not only the expectations for performance and the rigor built there, but I also mentioned the level of rigor of having to achieve mastery or proficiency in all of those individual competencies, as well as passing your overall course grade. And we can now track student performance at the standard level, at the competency level, and at the overall grade level. So we can run reports at any given time on which students are struggling, which students need intervention, which students need more time, which students need maybe some extra instruction. We have that data now. I did mention colleges. I want to show you one thing, again, that you can look at your leisure. And this was addressed by Mrs. Gluck earlier when she referred to her daughter applying for college. Every year we update this, but this is our profile, school profile. So whenever a student applies to college, this piece of paper goes with their application. And this is something that every school does, by the way. This is not a Sanborn thing. And it shows everything from what our statistics are for our SAT scores. It talks about our grading system. It talks about, what is a 4, 3, 2, and 1. Our grading practices are defined. What does competency mean? Every school sends one of these. And this is ours. You can look at that a little bit longer if you would like. So because I mentioned college, I will tell you that over the last 9 years, personally, myself, as well as members of the team, have met with over 140 admissions officers from schools all across the country, from Purdue University right down to Northern Essex Community College in our backyard. We have reviewed our system. We've received their feedback. Here's what we've consistently heard. First off, they love the model. They love the fact that they compare 4 points to 4 points. They don't have to recalculate and create some other measure for determining where our students are performing against other students in other locations. They love the fact that we continue to report a grade point average, right? So every student on their transcript, their overall final grade point average is calculated. That grade point average is calculated on the same 4-point scale we use for all 4 years of high school. So a student might earn, for example, a final grade point average of 3.7. They might earn a 2.9, and they might earn a 2.3, right? So depending on which college they're applying to, each college might have a minimum standard that they're looking for in terms of grade point average, but almost universally, colleges want to see that grade point average. They also want to continue to see and love to see the fact that we continue to put class rank on our transcripts. So how does one student compare to another student in the school? The class rank essentially lists the number of students that were in that graduating class. Last year there were roughly 150 graduating seniors, and it would give the student whose transcript is being reviewed a number. It would say 5/150. That would mean the student graduated 5th in the class out of 150 students. Colleges want to see that class rank put on that. We continue to do that. They love the ease of comparing the 4-point scale. They like the separation in reporting academic and behavior grades. This is probably the area where we've received the most positive feedback. Colleges know that there is a fudge factor in most schools' traditional grades. They know that there are these things called extra credit. They know that there are these things called participation grades. When they see our system, they realize that all of that has been removed. And when they're looking at academic score, they're looking at pure academic performance. They know exactly what kids know and can do. They also like to see the attendance records. Now, we do report attendance on transcripts that go to colleges. Attendance is critical, right? Showing up is important. If you have two students that have very similar academic scores, very similar work-study practice scores, attendance might be the thing that separates them from another student that's applying, right? So colleges love to see that. I'm going to close with a story by Dr. Rick Dufour. Now, Dr. Rick Dufour, one of the world's preeminent experts in fact, created the concept of professional learning communities, right? He unfortunately passed away this February. And he tells the story of his sister. Late 1980s, around 1988, 89, his sister decided that she had grown tired of wearing eyeglasses, much like myself. And around 1988, 1989, she went to her optometrist and said, I want to lose these glasses. And he said, I have a procedure that we could try that might help you to get rid of your glasses. And the procedure is called radial keratotomy. And if you don't know what it is, you should Google it because it is barbaric. But we did this as recently as 1980s, late 1980s. For those of you who don't know what it is, radial keratotomy is surgery, and they do it on one eye at a time. They put you under general anesthesia, knock you out, and the surgeon takes a scalpel and makes dozens of small incisions on your eyeball. In some cases, 100 incisions. And what they're doing is trying to reshape your eyeball so that maybe after 3 or 4 or 5 months of recovery and dropping antibacterial ointment in your eye every day, because infection is one of the most dangerous aspects of radial keratotomy, maybe 4 or 5 months later, after the healing process is done, you might have 20/20 vision out of your right eye. And guess what? Now you get to go through the process again with your left eye. And they can't do it on both eyes at the same time because for quite a period of time, like a month, you have to wear an eye patch. You can't have any light at all. So you would essentially be blinded. So they do one eye at a time. And so after 6 or 7 months, if you're lucky, you have 20/20 vision. After you've gone through the literal physical agony of pain of recuperating through that surgery. Rick Dufour talks about his sister's experience with radiokeratotomy surgery, and he says, imagine today if you walked into your optometrist office and you said, like I might do tomorrow, I'd really like to get rid of my eyeglasses, and my doctor says, oh, Michael, I've got this great experience. I could give you radiokeratotomy surgery. That would be akin to medical malpractice because we don't use that anymore. We have a better system. It's called LASIK, right? You go into laser surgery, 5 minutes per eye. They do both eyes at the same time. They cost you maybe $3,500. The next day you wake up and you see 20/20 vision. Throw your glasses away, right? So painless, virtually painless, done in 5 minutes, almost no risk to infection. Dr. Dufour's point is, today, knowing what we know about education, the formation of schools, how we organize teachers, how we assess kids, how we teach and how we learn, if we don't use modern practices to assess and teach learning and to grade kids, it would be akin to our educators essentially being educational malpractice, right? We know better today, and we know some of the systems that were created 30 and 40 years ago don't give us the type of information we need to help kids advance in their teaching and learning. Remember, there's something different that we do today that we didn't do even 10 years ago. We teach every kid. Every kid that comes through our door, we're expected to reach to high standards. As recently as 10 years ago, there were kids dropping out of high school in New Hampshire, dropping out of high school from Sanborn at age 16. And the reality was most of them dropped out at 15. They just stopped coming to school knowing they could sign the papers at 16. We teach kids now until 18, and there is no dropout now. If you look at our dropout rate, it's less than 0.5% at Sanborn Regional High School. We are doing a remarkable job teaching and having our kids learn to high levels, right? So knowing what we know today, we have to use the techniques that we know are best practices. With that, I'll close. Thank you. I'll entertain questions from the board if you have any.
I would propose that we have a similar question survey type of thing for Michael. I can feel some people literally itching to go home, especially those who have to teach in the morning. And I want to be respectful and allow people an opportunity from the board to ask Michael questions. We have a couple of
Corey?
Yeah, did we lose him?
Maybe.
quick questions that we could ask, or do you want to send questions and have him come to a meeting, the next meeting? What do you want to do?
Well, I wanted to have public comment, but we have a couple of more items on the agenda. So,
I want to be careful because we can't have, I do not want Michael to engage in a conversation with the public.
right,
I only want the board to ask Michael questions right now. The public can email questions to me and I will get them to Michael. We can't we'll be here until, and I'm happy to answer questions from the public. Just send them directly to me,
okay,
please.
sure.
I just have one. Okay. So philosophically, this grading system would be a vast improvement over the previous way of doing it with the different numbers and putting them in the parking lot and all of that. And it gives you the ability to really look down deeply into the issues a particular student is having in a specific competency or some aspect of a specific competency. So with that deep information, you should be able, I would think, to be able to look at the performance that we're getting. And when we look at our performance compared to state averages, regardless of what the assessment is, there's problems. There's a lot of areas where we don't meet the average. So shouldn't you be able to take this exact information and figure out how to fix the presentation so that these students, instead of getting a 30% proficiency in math, are getting a 70%? And the same with English. That's my question.
I would like to answer that question myself.
Okay.
You can know exactly what students need, but when you don't have the resources to help them, they don't get better. We do not have adequate intervention resources in this district. I can go to Michael and say, I want to know about Johnny in the 4th grade. And he can tell me with absolute precision which competencies the student knows, which ones they don't know, what they struggle with, and where they need help. But when the only help that you have outside of the classroom to support student learning is special education, the teachers can't possibly differentiate for that many kids and fix all of that alone. And that's why I keep saying, you just asked the perfect question. We know what the problem is.
So you're saying 70% of our kids need special intervention?
No, I'm saying that, first of all, I want to clarify because your data is only partially accurate.
Okay.
You're talking about the math SAT scores.
Right.
All of our other scores are at or above state average, K8. And I will have Michael present about this at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, that'd be
Because we
great,
need a
'cause
real-time data update for the
when it was
district.
presented last year, that wasn't the case.
I'm saying generally, mostly. I mean, there are some that are higher and some, I mean, none of it's
Right.
perfect, Jim, right? But I'm saying that we are having a problem. There are two problems. One is that we do not have adequate intervention for our students. And two, we have a problem with, we are trying desperately to figure out why our students aren't doing well on the SAT. But what I'm not willing to do is to say that the whole thing doesn't work because of the SAT and math,
No, it should
right?
work better.
Exactly, and I'm saying that I agree with you that that's an area that we need to continue to examine, but in my initial analysis, the problem isn't the system. The problem is the resources being misaligned. We need to focus on intervention for kids. If kids don't learn how to read by the end of 2nd grade, they can't access their education when they're reading to learn. And then when they get to the end of 8th grade, if you have 35 or 40% of your students struggling in reading or math, once the pace picks up at high school and the independence increases, down they go with scores. And teachers, tell me, am I wrong? Could you use help for your kids? Am I reading? Do you know what they need to know? They're telling you. You need to know that. You need to hear it. They're here for a reason because they understand that the problem isn't the grading system. The problem, from my perspective,
No,
the problem...
the
problem
grading system sounds amazing.
Yeah, but the problem, there is one problem with the grading system, which is
Okay.
that parents don't really understand it. So I've got some really creative ideas about how to help them to understand it better, and we're going to work on that. One thing, I think you saw on the thing that Michael's email popped up, that I sent him an email, and I did. I said, Michael, we need to create a 3 to 8 minute video for not just all of the report cards, but K5, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12. Look, all the teachers are nodding so that parents can see a report card and have Michael say, this is how this report card works, and they can watch it quickly before they look at the report card. There are many issues to fix here, but for anyone to imply or feel that the teachers don't know what our kids need would be really unfair. That I'm 100%
I'm not implying that, I'm asking.
I'm not saying that you are.
Right.
I'm saying that I've heard that,
Yeah.
right? So please chime in if you all want to. That's why you're here. I mean, do you have any thoughts about this?
Sure. Okay. You're not going to like my answer. I'm going to say that up front. I teach at the high school. I've been in the district as a teacher since 1998. I was part of the traditional system when it started. I've been part of the new one. I would never work in a school that was a traditional school anymore. It's why I'm still here. I have an administrative certification, and I've turned down jobs other places because they're not doing what we're doing here. Kids don't do well on standardized tests because they are not invested in the results of standardized tests. Most colleges are not even invested in the results of standardized tests. They don't care.
Oh.
Sorry.
I second her opinion.
So our kids are less invested in standardized tests than the state, the rest of the state, as an average?
I think you'll find that the schools that do well are the schools that are higher socioeconomic resources available to them, which directly addresses the point that Mr. Ambrose makes.
But if you look at our cost per student, we're spending as much as many of those schools per student.
We are, but I'm not talking about the resources at the school. I'm talking about the family's
How it's
resources.
allocated?
No, I'm talking about family resources. SAT
There's
prep
other
classes,
mitigation factors, Mr.
tutors. There are so many factors. We have a large number of students who aren't interested in going to college because they're getting apprenticeships right out of high school.
And there's
The
no problem
SATs
about that, that's great.
But the SATs don't mean much to those kids because there's nothing in it for them. I told you you wouldn't like my answer.
I'm looking I'm not looking for like and, it's not Facebook, I'm not looking for like and don't like.
Good.
I'm looking for why,
Neither am I,
why it's
obviously.
working and why it's not working. Thank you.
And these are great questions.
Yeah.
They are. I wonder the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I can't figure out after, when I met with these guys, remember when I met you? And I said, there are strategies that you can easily put into place to straighten out things like SAT scores. Jim, I can't, we need to work on this as a community, right? And I'm talking about, for those of you in the audience who haven't read the work of Ruby Payne, she talks about school through the lens of socioeconomic status in extensive research. And the number one thing that Ruby Payne found out through her extensive research is that you could be rich and not have middle school values and do poorly in school. You could be poor and not have middle class values and not do well in school. But if you have middle class values and you value school, you do well in school. So I don't know how to figure out, and this is the question for us as a community, sincerely, how to engage parents more is as much of a problem as figuring out intervention, right? It really is about asking. I mean, everyone's nodding their heads out there like, yeah, I mean, teachers tell me directly when I meet with them, when I say, what is your biggest issue? The first one is parent engagement. The second one is support for kids who are struggling. And the third is professional development.
The other thing is, Mr. Trammell mentioned that kids are asking about their learning now. So that's a big positive in the right direction. That, to me, denotes a cultural change within the school. And you can't really affect how parents are, but you can affect the culture in the school.
That is the best thing I've heard you say since I met you, sir. Sincerely. Really, I mean it, Jim. That's the truth. And by giving support to teachers to help kids who are struggling, you take the weight off the teacher to do all the remediation work so that the kid is getting their needs met and the teacher can work on that 8 or 10 students out of 20 who may be struggling. If the teacher has to deal with the 4 kids who are really having a hard time, then the 8 that could swing one way or the other slip down a little bit more, right? And so I'm so sorry that this is at 5 minutes of 10. I'm buying all the teachers lunch. Seriously. But I just wanted to thank you all for being here, and we may schedule another time, and I promise it'll be at 6. We'll do the committee reports after they leave. But thank you for being here, everyone. I'm so grateful to have a lot of folks here to talk about
And
this.
this is the type of discussion we have at the EISA meetings, so we definitely encourage you to attend.
Love to have you there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The administrators and folks can go home. Thank you. I don't want to
Thank you so
keep
much.
you all here any later.
Go Sox.
I think Corey wanted to say something.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Corey.
It's okay.
We're
No, it's
listening.
okay.
Go ahead, Corey.
No,
We're still in the
I'm
meeting.
just
Go for it. Mr. Mason.
I just didn't want to keep him.
I will wait.
Hold on a second. Hold on. We can't hear you.
Michael took an hour and 10 minutes, but I let him because he was... You're going to sleep till 3 in the morning, till 3 in the afternoon tomorrow.
But sometimes we have meetings like this. I mean, it's just part of the job, okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, I'm worried about Michelle's health.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's been
you
really
were
sick. It's not, the time's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a little late. I probably should have thought about, I would agree that the time's fine. And maybe put this early in.
So let's forward any questions we have to Tom, and again, we can revisit the topic at our next meeting. I have comments myself, but I'd like to move along. So we also have next 8.4, approval of Sanborn information pamphlet. It's right here. Here you go.
Just pass those around,
Corey,
folks could share.
unfortunately, I can't give you one, but did you
Hey
take a
Corey,
look
it's
at-
really great, I promise.
Can you see this? No.
Where can I show Corey that on the camera?
Thank you.
Right there, here.
That's okay. What is it?
It's a small glossy brochure for the local realtors to hand out to prospective home buyers, just outlining some of the school history, awards, and activities,
We-
programs.
After the ISA meeting tonight, there was so much great information shared. I spoke to Brian in between on the break and just said, I'd like to update this even a little further, but as long as everyone's good with the general
Oh, I looked
shape
at it,
of
it's
it.
fine.
Yeah, we might tweak some of the data to add some of the things like 85% of our kids having a plan after high school, you know, and what that looks
Right.
like, or, yeah, was it 87? I'm sorry, I don't have it memorized. Did you get that, Annie?
No, you're right, 84.6.
Aha,
4.67, yeah.
I rounded up.
So there is space here to add a few
Yeah,
things.
yeah, we might tweak just a little bit, but the idea was to kind of give people a flavor of what it's like here when they
Right.
look at a house.
It looks very nice.
Thank Brian, I'll let him know that. Brian did all the hard work.
So motion to approve our pamphlet.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Second?
All in favor?
Wait a minute. Discussion?
Oh, discussion, I'm sorry, discussion.
How is this going to be distributed? Who's it's going to, and how much is it costing?
Thank you.
It's going to go to realtors to be distributed when folks are looking at houses in the community. So I think that, I didn't ask Brian for a specific budget figure. We figured we'd print 100 for the first meeting because we want to meet, I'm gonna have the realtor meeting that I've been talking about for like, a long time. But I wanted this for the meeting. So Brian and I are inviting all the realtors that we talked about this spring, that I have a large list now, to breakfast. And we're gonna talk with them, and I might have Michael share some of this and Brian share some things and kind of steal some things from tonight in a much smaller format for realtors.
So they'll cost for 100?
I don't know.
Did you print it here?
Oh, no, I sent it out to the most expensive place I could find.
No,
It was
I'm
like
just-
$14 a copy. Jim. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it looks like a CD cover.
Yeah, I was gonna write a record to go with it, you know?
Now you have to perform one.
Right, Schoolhouse Rocks is what I
Right.
was gonna call it. No, I think that, I can probably keep the cost reasonable. If it gets above a few $100s, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But I'll find the money.
When are you having these meetings with realtors?
Well,
Or this meeting?
this was the next step, so I would assume in the next month or two, Brian and I will schedule a morning to have them come in. Might even have them tour around a little bit.
So, one of the themes that I noticed with the questions that people had on the options we're pursuing with our facilities studies had to do with our real estate values if we do make some of the changes that we're talking about. So would it be possible to add that just to sort of survey some of the realtors that you're speaking with and get their feedback on that?
Yeah, if there's anything in particular that you would like me to ask the realtors, just email it to me.
Okay.
Because I would be totally happy to get feedback on kind of what information you'd like to know from them. And in essence, what I'm asking them is, what I'm looking for is, what is the image of the district to potential buyers? How are you as realtors portraying that image to the buyers? And what questions are buyers asking you, or what are they telling you if they don't buy in our community?
Mm-hmm, all good
Right?
questions.
I mean, I don't want to, there's a certain term that went around a lot about Sanborn not being the most pleasant place, and I won't use the language over the mic on the TV, but I will just say that we're not hearing that as much anymore at the school. I wonder what is being said when school folks aren't around, because that's the truth, the perceived truth. I think the truth is what you heard.
I know one thing for savvy buyers, they'll compare what their taxes are going to be in Newton and Kingston versus Southampton or East Kingston or Atkinson.
Or Exeter.
Yep.
Right? And what are the results? And the three things are linked: real estate prices, school performance, and taxes.
Right.
They are. It's like cyclical, you know.
It's not as complicated, yeah.
Has every student on this, is there any concerns about parent guardians getting mad that their kids are in the photos?
No, thank you for asking. Brian took care of all that. He ran it by everybody.
Okay.
He's got releases.
All right, thank
He's
you.
actually talked to some parents directly. Good question,
you.
Corey. Thank you.
I'm here for you.
Motion to, all in favor of the pamphlet?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Looks good. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Baker, you're up for adoption of 403B agreement.
Yeah, we talked about the 403B plan where we amended the index. I've got language for a motion I'd like to make. That's what we're addressing, right? Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to ratify and confirm the amendment to Appendix 1 of the adoption agreement for the 403B plan document for public education organizations dated November 18th, 2008, to include Lincoln Investment effective June 1st, 2009. By the way, this,
Second, is that a,
Thank
I'll
you.
second that.
by the way, Lincoln Investment is a vendor that's approved by the state, so we want to add it on here.
So that's the only change to the document?
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Michelle, you okay with all this?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, my
Finance committee approved it.
Yes,
Finance
discussion
committee
that
It
we
just
had.
gives them another option of investment
Well, they
sources.
have the option, or they.
Yeah, the option's
Option has
there,
already
we
been
need to,
used.
Right.
This is really a, sort of a housekeeping item. The district has been working with Lincoln Financial as one of their options for employees to invest with for quite some time. It appears that the plan document didn't keep pace with the changes in reality, so we're aligning the two. I have no doubt that, that was, I'm sure, approved in the past, and folks have been happy with their service.
I wish I could have written that down as a textbook Administrator 101 way to say something.
well, you can watch the video.
Can I get a
You're right.
second
I'm gonna
on?
do that.
I seconded.
You did? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
And next, we have review of reserve funds and fund balance retention.
And I can
RBA.
speak to that if you would like.
Can I ask a question? Are the two of these the same thing?
No, but they are very closely linked.
Thank you.
I'm
I just
going to-
wondered if we had an agenda snafu. I just wanted to ask
Nope,
before we.
no snafu.
Okay.
Phyllis is perfect. It's an awesome job. These two things are very linked and aligned as well, though. So I'm going to talk about them really together, and I'm going to try to make the presentation very short and sweet. We had an extensive review of the different tools available to the school district to consider planning for future needs and putting funds aside for, in terms of reserve funds or things for the future. Traditionally, the school budget is an annual process, and there are a few ways that you can stretch that beyond a 1-year or 12-month cycle to retain funds for future needs, and that's what this is about. So included in your packet were a couple documents from Attorney Goro, and with that, there's a chart that lists the different types of funds that are available at Sanborn Regional School District. There are really 3 different types that are available here, and I'll let you look at the chart. I'll give you a brief summary. The school board in 2007 approved through warrant article a fund to, it's almost like it's called a revolving fund. It allows you to take the funds that are paid for rental of the properties, put them into a separate savings account, and then spend those funds specifically for facility use, improvements, technology, things of that nature. So that is one tool that's been available to the school district to plan for future needs. 2 other funds are called reserve funds. You have one for special education and one for capital needs. Both of those funds were established per warrant article.
And the capital improvement one's called Capital Improvement, Maintenance, and Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund. That one is for facility-related expenditures. Both of those reserve funds were established by warrant article. The warrant article assigned the school board as agents to expend out of the fund. So to spend money, you just require, with the case of the special education fund, a public hearing. It's best to have a discussion at the board level. Then a majority vote of the board allows you to disperse those funds. To add funds to those, add money to those funds requires a warrant article, has to go on the ballot. So if that's something that the board wanted to entertain in increasing the funds that would plan for future needs, as Superintendent Ambrose has talked about, there's a give and take, in terms of being able to weather the storm in the operating budget if you have a fallback plan with sort of a savings account that allows you, when you have emergencies like the Swayze gym roof, to have a place to go to support those costs. So there's a little more information in the chart that I will let you read at your leisure. The third type of fund is the one that we'll talk about in the next agenda item, and that is the fund that allows you to retain a portion of the fund balance, called retained fund balance retention. That was approved by warrant article in 2014. There's a formula that determines how much of the fund balance can be withheld, meaning that it is retained and it does not go to offset the tax rate in that fall tax rate setting process. The funds, although they are retained, they can be expended for emergency needs, but only after 100% of your current appropriations have been fully expended and you have clearly expressed your emergency. There's a state review process. They must approve your emergency use of those funds. So it's virtually, it's almost like a catastrophic fund. The other purpose of those funds, when they're retained, is for tax rate stabilization, in that you would retain funds in the current year, and then at a future year, they get released back to offset the tax rate. And the board can then go through a process of determining whether or not they're going to retain funds in that next year. So they kind of offset. Either they go fully back to offset the tax rate, or you retain a portion of it in the future year based on the new year's calculation. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
I tried to go through it quickly so that you would have enough information about how that fund works. There's more in the chart, but that's a general synopsis.
We'll be talking about this more through the budget process.
Yes.
The purpose for tonight was to give you the information so that you could look it over. You
And-
know that it's one of the big three priorities that I have, so we don't have to, we just wanted you to have it as soon as possible.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of discussion about the fund balance, the unreserved fund balance as determined at the end of 2018. And we are at the tax rate setting process now. And given the budget freeze and given the level of the fund balance, there was some talk and questions about, well, what can be done, since that fund balance is there now, can anything be done to use the tools that are available to the district to reserve some of that fund, those funds for future use? And you can see that, with the reserve funds, the special education and the capital improvement funds, you have to go through a warrant article to be able to add to that. So that's not an option. The revolving fund is not an option because that has a specific purpose and funds get into that in a certain manner. The only option is if the board wanted to consider the fund balance retention and retaining a portion of that, that would then go back in the calculation in the future year, next year. So that actually gets us to the next agenda item, which is the MS-24, which is the projection of revenues. That has been completed and a draft is with the Department of Revenue. The only thing that is needed to complete that is knowing whether or not the board desired to take action to retain a portion of the fund balance or not. That would require changing that form because they need to know how much of the fund balance would be used to offset the tax rate setting.
don't know if you want me to go into any more detail about that.
No, I think for the purposes of 8.6 and 8.7, did we just kind of cover it all, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm happy to answer, if folks have questions about the tax rate setting or the fund balance retention, I'm happy to.
And in my mind, it would make more sense to retain some of that money if it would actually help us, but it really would only help us if we get to the, it's almost like, you know, bailing out the Titanic as it's going down, like, it didn't really make a lot of sense. Is that a good way to put it?
Just one question. How much is that amount?
So the Department of Revenue sent the calculation, it's based on the prior year net assessment less the grant.
No, not the, no, I mean, how much is the unreserved fund balance?
The unreserved fund balance was, hang on one second here. I don't want to give you the wrong number. Oops, where's my document? $1,504,483. And the amount that, there's a cap on the amount that can be retained, and there's a calculation that determines that amount, and the Department of Revenue confirmed the amount maximum that could be retained of that $1.5 million is $608,000 and change.
So that's the 2.5%?
That's the 2.5% of the base calculation.
Thank you.
So any further discussion on this? And when is the MS-24 due?
It's been due, we have held for this conversation. I do know that the town of Kingston has all their stuff in, they're ready to set the rate, they're kind of chomping at the bit for this, the town of Newton. I went online to get their valuation numbers, they weren't available, I got an estimate. So they're wanting to set the tax rate, but not quite ready yet, but, I mean, we want to get the revenues in so the towns can move forward with their tax rate setting process.
I don't want to give out numbers that aren't confirmed yet, but I will say that provided that the valuation stays the way that it's been shared with us at this point, which it could change, it's a very positive situation that we'll be able to talk about in the future.
Right.
Really positive, so.
Good job.
Well, I don't get credit for 400 houses that were built, but, yeah, it's a combination, Jim. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Well, there is the impact.
I just don't want you to say later I did a bad job when it goes up. Hedging my bets, but thank you.
I mean, freezing the budget did have an impact.
Yeah, freezing the budget did. We've learned a lot this year, so.
And keeping the, and realigning the operating budget, too.
Yeah, well, cutting those 7 positions did change our tax situation. It did.
So if I could just clarify, the board is choosing not to retain any funds at this point from the prior year's fund balance.
That's correct.
Okay,
We're just moving forward.
thank you.
All right.
So we have a second public comment. We still have a few people here.
Thank you for staying to the bitter end.
10:15.
Yeah, Jamie Fitzpatrick from Newton. At first, I'd just like to make a point of order comment. For future reference, I don't believe the board should allow one part of the public to comment and not have the other part of the public commenting. So if the floor was going to be opened up after the presentation, it should have been opened up to the entire public. So I just point that out for reference.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Employees were here and paid to be here as part of the presentation. They spoke, but no public did.
I believe as not being part of the board, they would be part of the public.
No,
Perhaps I'm mistaken.
they were here at my request with the presenter. So as a point of order, I want to be clear that I asked the teachers to speak as employees who are on my payroll to be here as part of the presentation.
They were here as resources.
They were here as resources.
Okay.
Yeah. I just don't want the video to be confused.
Okay, so.
Because I agree with you. We would
For
not.
my
have-
clarification,
Yep.
so we kept people on the payroll from after school to now to be here to support the position?
No. When I ask someone to attend something outside of the contracted hours, I have to pay them.
Right.
So that's different, and then maybe I
I'm
didn't
not
ask
going
my
to debate this
question
with you
right.
at this hour, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
fine.
done.
So I can continue my part of the discussion? So I did want to thank Mr. Trammell. He provided a very informative data set. Couldn't see some of the data because it was crowded on the screen, but he put links on it. He said it'd be available. There seemed to be numerous links to numerous different data sets, so I was very pleased with that, and I'll spend some considerable time going through that. So I appreciate that effort. Some things that I did note that I will comment on. A good deal of time was spent talking about how the law changed. It is my understanding that a law change did not forbid traditional grading systems, so you could still have a traditional grading system that demonstrates competency. So the law did not mandate a change to the traditional grading system. Fudge factors were mentioned for the traditional grading system. You could eliminate fudge factors in a traditional grading system by simply changing the formulations and saying you are not allowed to give participation points and you are not allowed to give other points. So that formulation can be changed and that fudge factor can be eliminated and still maintain a traditional grading system. We spent a lot of time on the variability in the traditional grading system, which of course exists in any human endeavor. There will be variability. I did not see any time spent on the equal variability, or at least what the variabilities were in the current competency-based grading. I was pleased to learn that the 4-point system does and was intended to match college grading systems, because UNH, for example, says their 4-point college grading system ties to a traditional grading system. They will put right on their website, they show you that a 4.0 equals an A, and they show you right down the step line of how that matches into a grading system, and previously have been informed that it does not tie to a grading system, a traditional grading system. So I was pleased to see that. I still don't understand the differential between teachers are now assessing, and there was no definition of how they're making that assessing, that this person is proficient because they can transfer and apply, versus this other person is exemplary because they can analyze and synthesize. I still do not understand what a teacher does to make that distinction. There's no addressing of deadlines. I would have liked to have seen the lack of deadlines be addressed. But my bottom line is, after a decade of effort, and that was actually a debated point in previous meetings, that there wasn't a decade of effort, but Mr. Trammell made it clear there was a decade of effort. After a decade of effort, we're at 30% proficiency in math. Something's not working.
In one area on one assessment.
And
We have 85% of our kids who have very clear post-secondary plans.
Okay.
I would like you to come and meet with Mr. Trammell and talk with him directly about your questions, because it's really hard for me to sit here and have you say these things that really truly aren't accurate. And I've met with you for over an hour myself, and we've had this presentation in part tonight in response to your personal request for information about the grading. It's clear to me that there isn't really any way to appease your concerns, because the reality is that there are issues with all grading systems that need to be addressed over time. And if you have further concerns about the grading system, you have 3 minutes per 20-minute round to stand up and talk when it's on the agenda. But I want you to know that we would be happy to have you come in and ask your very specific questions. UNH has no bearing on our practice of grading.
Didn't say it did.
Well, you just referred to it as UNH references their grading to a 100-point
Mr.
scale.
Trammell just referred to it as, it's very pleasing that it matches what colleges have, and they like the fact that it matches because it makes it easier to compare.
I'm just offering to have whatever length of time you need to discuss this at the central office. We would be happy to welcome you in.
That's fine.
To meet with Mr. Trammell, because I think that the level of questions that you have are so specific and so technical that it's better for you to just meet with the person who's the most versed in the work.
That'd be wonderful.
Great. We'd love to have you.
Again, I'm not an educator. I'm not an administrator. I'm a business person. I look for results. We've got 10 years of investment, and in math, we're 30% proficiency. And that came from the school board information.
On one test.
The proficiency that's posted on the...
Mr. Chairman, let's go ahead and we've allotted time. and
So
we don't
anyone
want to get in
else
dialogue here.
for public comment, second public comment?
Cheryl Gannon from Kingston. I really appreciated the presentations tonight. Clearly, there's a lot of work put into by Mr. Stack and Mr. Tormel. A lot of the things we could not read from the public. They were just too small in the projection. And they did indicate they would be posted. Where might we find those on the website?
Right on the front of the webpage in the morning.
The first
Yep, we'll have
homepage?
Phyllis, we'll put those
Okay.
right up on the front. Usually the most current things are right there.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Just two brief other things. Very happy to hear that SST will be offering electrical and plumbing. Certainly, we can.
No, they're talking about it. They're
I
not
hope-
offering it yet.
I hope
Okay,
they do.
it's in its infancy. I'm just saying that they're having a discussion, just
I
for the public.
vote for it.
Thank you, me
Not
too.
that I
Very
have a
much so.
vote.
Yes.
Certainly, if we can send students there, I would encourage that because
Thank you.
successful students doesn't have to mean students who attend a four-year college. Clearly, these are professionals in trades that everybody needs. And if that we have an opportunity to send students there, I would greatly encourage that. And then another.
Thank you. I think coming on a meeting.
Hi, Corey. There was a mention of need for paraprofessionals to support not special ed paraprofessionals. I have concerns about that. Kids who need support, I think, need support from teachers, from qualified teachers. So I just caution the use of paraprofessionals, especially my rough estimate looking at salaries seems they get paid average $12 to $15 an hour, which again is concerning, knowing that the Budget Committee is offering $20 an hour for someone to take minutes for a meeting. It just seems inequitable that people who we're going to charge with supporting and educating students who are struggling should not get paid an appropriate amount to do that. Thank you.
Hi, Annie Collier, Newton. First of all, I had the privilege of attending the EISA meeting today and was so pleased to see that even before we've started working on some of these metrics to improve student performance, by the definition of student success, we have 72% of our students who are meeting success right now. And that's so much better than what we've been looking at in the past with just SATs. So I'm really happy about that, and I was really happy about the level of detail that is provided by the definition that you guys have come up with, so that specific work can be done to help these kids to identify what direction they want to go in and to be successful and to feel successful. It's kind of like with the whole presentation that Mr. Turmel gave, I think paralleled a lot of that with the performance-based and the competency-based education with the feel-good, as Mr. Baker said, some of the things that make kids feel good and feel successful from a very early point. And that's just heartening for a real culture change in our district and with kids in our system. So I'm just really, really thrilled with it. From the very first time I learned about PACE and about competency-based education, which was a meeting here that I attended that was actually the high school PTO, but they were doing a presentation. I was like, wow, this is great stuff. I mean, I sent my kids to Montessori school in the early years. I think competency-based and performance-based education is really, really great. So I'm glad we've moved in that direction. I appreciated also Mr. Stack's presentation, and I thought it was very clear that the way that the whole master schedule is formed and everything is based on fulfilling school board policy, which says 32 credits for a graduation with distinction, 28 credits for a high school diploma, when that is not the state standard. And I've looked at a whole bunch of school districts, and they're 22 to 24 credits for distinctive credit, for an option to graduate. they have ability to do ELOs, they have ability to do VLACs, they have ability to take extra classes, but it isn't required for graduation. And I think that there might be some rebalancing that the school board could give to look at our graduation requirements and see whether this is really something that's in the best interest of kids. How much is just distraction and as opposed to digging in depth into different courses and different competencies for life. So I'd really like to encourage the school board to be proactive in re-examining that policy, which apparently predates 13 years ago. I mean, how old has it been? And when has it been looked at? And why is it there? So I really hope you will do that. I also hope, he also mentioned that there is no minimum class size, and I hope that's something that you'll also look at, is minimums. It's clear that there are some maximums, but there are no minimum class size.
That's 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Any more comments?
Unless our lawyer wants to comment because he's
So,
paid to be here.
any agenda items for the next meeting? If you have them, send them to Tom or Mr. Broderick. Announcements, there's been a resignation from the Sanborn Regional School Board representative from the town of Kingston. The school board is inviting any Kingston resident who has an interest in serving on the board to send a letter of interest to the chair of the school board. Because the Kingston seat was vacated before the end of the term, the replacement chosen will serve until the next public election in March 2019. If interested, send letters of intent or interest directly to Pete Broderick, Chair, Sanborn Regional School Board, 17 Danville Road, Kingston, New Hampshire, 03848. Letters must be postmarked or delivered in person no later than Thursday, November 1st, and the office is open that day from 8 to 4. Our next meeting of the school board is Wednesday, November 7th. It'll be a joint meeting with the Budget Committee, and that's from 6 to 9 p.m. in the library at the Sanborn Regional High School. And we now need a motion to go into non-public session.
Madam Chairman, I move that we go into non-public session RSA 91-A:3, Roman numeral 2, C and D.
Second.
Second. And we'll have a roll call.
Yes.
Ms. Heath, Mr. Baker,
Yes?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, Ms. Brown, yes, and Mr. Mason, yes.
Mr. Mason, yes.
All right. So we are now moving into a non-public session. Thank you so much for coming tonight.